All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Planning Committee. Madam Clerk, do we have quorum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I can confirm that we do have quorum and we actually have all members of the committee present here this evening. Joining us from staff, we currently have Tim Park, Director of Planning Services, James Barr, Manager of Development Approvals, Chris Wicca, Senior Planner. We have Ian Semple, Director of Transport Services, Karen Santucci, Director of Public Works and Solid Waste, Ruth Nordegraff, Director of Housing and Social Services, Jennifer Campbell, Director of Heritage Services. We have Eugene Connors from Forestry Technologist, as well as Mike Dakin, Resource Planner with the CRCA is present as well. We have sorry, Mr. Chair, we have agents here to represent the applicants, as well as 39 members of the public at this time in the gallery. I am Elizabeth Fawcett, I am the committee clerk, and Blair Johnson is joining us as host this evening. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Perfect, thank you so much. And thanks to everyone for joining us. Another full house tonight, which is excellent. We're going to now start the meeting, but I just want to say that as way of reminder, we're just simply picking up from the recess. So that means the meeting that was started last Thursday at this time is continuing now. And that has a few implications. First, there's a number of official comments that were read at that time that you can find in your agenda called the Notice of Collection, which outlines how the process works. And to be brief, essentially, we'll have an opportunity for members of the public stating their full name and address to speak for up to 5 minutes. And we'll hear from folks probably 7 at a time, and then give the applicant and their team an equal number of minutes to respond, to be procedurally fair. And then when members of the public have finished speaking to land use planning issues only, that's what we're here to do tonight, we'll give it over to committee members, councillors who are with us tonight to do just that as well. So we're starting right into things because, again, we're just picking up from the recess that we've had. And with that said, I'll look to the clerk for direction on the speakers list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I'm just going to scroll back up here for my list. For those who are joining us this evening who wish to speak to the application, we do require you to use the raise hand function in Zoom should you wish to speak. That is located in the center of your screen when you move the mouse over your Zoom window. For those who are joining us via phone, you will be required to press *9 in order for your hand to be raised should you wish to speak. Mr. Chair, we did have a couple of hands at the last time when we recessed. I was just going to give a moment to see if those individuals wanted to raise their hands again, and we could call on them first. However, if after a minute or two we don't have those hands, I'm just going to start at the top of the list and move our way through.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. And I'll just make one more comment then as we wait. A reminder to everyone here tonight that if you've spoken before during this meeting, you're not eligible to speak again, but you're always welcome to submit any written correspondence or other material that you would like to have as official consideration for the committee to the clerk, Ms. Fawcett, who's here, or to the senior planner, Mr. Wicca, who's also here tonight. And later in the evening, we can have those emails broadcast. Councillor Hill, point of order.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify because it came up at the last meeting that the respondents were getting the applicants were getting too much time to respond. And I just wanted to make sure that it was clear to folks that when the applicant is responding, it is only to the question that was asked. They're not adding new information to their presentation. So their response and time is limited to that. I just want to clarify, Mr. Chair, that is exactly the way it's supposed to work. Is that correct?
Yeah, you've got it right on. So I'm glad you brought that up. And I should just be clear too that I always time to make sure that the applicant doesn't speak longer than the number of individuals who've asked questions from the public times those number of individuals. So if, let's say, 7 people spoke for roughly 5 minutes, then I'll always ensure the applicant keeps within their 35 minutes in response, so everyone has a fair shake here. So thanks, Councillor Hill, for bringing that up. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have individuals ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you, we will start this evening with Wendy Bowen.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, thank you.
So good evening, Planning Committee. My name is Wendy Bowen, and I live at 121 Ellesmere Avenue in Kingston. So in the last 14 years, I've had the good fortune to live and back onto a vibrant urban forest. But sadly, in the span of 4 weeks, that urban forest of 200 mature trees was completely destructed by large noisy machines to the demise of countless species of birds and animals. I worry that another neighborhood will experience the harsh impact of destroying yet another biodiverse urban forest of 1,800 trees in order to remediate the former Tannery site. 1,800 trees is a lot of forest. Those mature trees provide many benefits for Kingstonians right now: air purification, carbon storage, cooling temperatures as the climate crisis gets worse, flood control as rain events become more extreme, soil erosion, wildlife habitat, even mental health benefits as people just love their green spaces. The good news is that all of these services are free and provided by an intact, thriving forest. Remediation entails reversing environmental damage. So while the developer's proposal may be providing site remediation of the contaminants, Kingston is losing key environmental benefits provided by nature to the community. Damage is actually being done, not reversed. So my question is, how will the developer retain or replace all the above mentioned benefits provided by the Tannery trees to the community? The proposed development will deal with some of the environmental problems caused by metal contamination, but it creates new environmental problems as a result of the loss of 7.3 hectares of forest. How will those negative environmental impacts be addressed? How will the air be purified? How will the temperature be cooled? If the answer is that the problem with the metals is bigger than the ecological value of the trees, my follow-up question would be, how can the developer quantify the impact of metal contamination versus the loss of environmental benefits provided by the trees? Does this remediation plan solve some problems but create others? Will it threaten the existing trees and prevent future trees from thriving? Which scenario is worse? Or do we even know at this point? Before we move ahead with this huge, obviously destructive project, we would need to know the most basic information about how it will be done and its impact. Kingstonians deserve more assurances of how effective or safe it will be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Mary Farrar.
Okay, hi. I'm here to speak about design, and I don't have questions. I have a few comments. I feel I have a right to speak about design because my undergraduate degree was in fine art, which was the history of art and architecture. And I wanted to just commend planning for one building that I totally love, the new buildings at University and Princess Street. I think they're just awesome, and I go out of my way to drive up University to just really look at where history and innovation thrive. So I'm not anti-development. I really like good design. Okay, so I have 5 very quick points. I know you, try not to take up too much time. The first was mentioned by Mike Dakin, and that is that the basic problem is that the design was made first, and then he's trying to fit the site to the design. And this is asked backwards. I mean, you should start with the site and then create a design that works for the site. And so I'm, trying to think of alternatives that might be better suited to the site, like maybe a couple of high rises and maybe car access from Montreal Street even. because of the situation with the KNP trail. This is the second point. The way it's designed, it will really destroy safe use of the KNP trail, both on River Street and on Rideau Street, because the car access will cut right across the trail. And I think that is at odds with the city's desire to increase safe active transportation for tourism, recreation, and commuting. It will definitely become less safe. The third point is that the design is car-centric. From California, it's the opposite of what should be happening if the city is really concerned about climate change. It is just 5 or 10 minutes too far for people to actually be able to walk easily to shopping and to work. And this goes against the 15-minute range that's being espoused by the North Kingstown plan. So the fourth problem is the boathouse. The boathouse is completely inappropriate there. It will utterly destroy the turtle habitat, and attempts to create alternative habitats are never successful. They just can't do the job that nature does. I just don't know what can, and Tourism Kingston also is expressing an interest in having people come and kayak along the shoreline because the wildlife is so incredible. So again, it kind of goes against some of the things that the city is planning. Finally, I really get upset about the misleading pictures, like the boathouse. The boathouse is in pristine water in the picture. We all know that it's shallow and weedy, and this is not an accurate depiction of where the boathouse would be. And similarly, the trees, like Patrice's people have said, that trees cannot be planted above the cap because the roots would not be able to, there is insufficient soil for the roots of the trees. So I think these images should be changed, because it's just unfair to promote something that's not real. So those are my comments. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, next on the list to speak is James Osler.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Committee. Can you hear me there, Lisa?
Mr. Osler.
Yes, we can.
Mr. Osler, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. I have you in my notes as speaking last Thursday. Can you confirm if that's the case, or maybe the clerk can help me here too?
No, I didn't speak last week. I just asked, I put my hand up because I couldn't hear.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Yes, please continue then.
Yeah, I can hear and see great tonight. Thank you. My name is James Osler. I live at 795 Friendship Court out in the west end of the city. I've been a resident of Kingston for about 20 years. And I'm just speaking as a private and concerned citizen tonight, although I am a conservationist and involved with several conservation organizations that are active in the city. Tonight, I'd like to be a voice for the large white oak tree that lives down there beside the KNP trail. I've probably ran by it 1,000 times. And although it's behind the fence, it only really came to my attention about a year ago. And I take exception to the logic and the narrative presented by the developers. According to their narrative, they're actually doing a favor to the tree by killing it and chopping it down because it's planted in contaminated soil. So that's the best thing for the tree, is to chop it down. And I would like to present a different narrative to the city and to the Planning Committee. If the tree has lived 200 years now, I think it will continue living. And the narrative and the experiment I would like to present is allow the tree to live. Give it 100, 150 feet circle around for it and its tree friends and see how long it lasts. And I would project that that tree in the soil that it's in will probably outlive all of us that are here tonight at the Zoom meeting. And we'll let our children and grandchildren decide who is correct on that. But the Tannery water and soil hasn't killed that tree in 50 years. And if anything, that tree and its fellow trees are contributing to cleaning the soil in that area. So I think we should take a very careful look at what we do with that tree. And I don't think it's dying. It will die eventually a natural death. as all trees do and all of us do, but to chop it down early to save it from something is just the wrong approach. And that's not really a question. And I know there's probably 10 hired botanists that will disagree with me, but that's always the way. But I would say let the tree live, and let's monitor it from year to year to year and see where we are in 25 years. That's my proposal for tonight. Thank you.
Apologies, I had you down incorrectly, so glad you could speak tonight. Madam Clerk, who's next?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Gavin Hutchison.
Please do.
Good evening. I'm assuming you can hear me. My name is Gavin Hutchison, and I did have a slide presentation. That was it. Here it comes. Fantastic. I'm Gavin Hutchison, and I live at 33 Ontario Street. And I'm a member of 350 Kingston, which is a climate advocate group. And I do want to just take a brief moment to set the stage before I draw your attention to something that is of concern to me. Climate change is an urgent global crisis. It's disproportionately affects people in vulnerable communities. And as I will show in the next couple of slides, we must halve our emissions by 2030. In the next 8 years, we have to cut our emissions to half. Next slide, please. In October of 2018, the international...
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt. I see that Councillor Chappelle is raising a point of order.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see that on my screen. I can only see the slideshow. So, Mr. Hutchison, we'll pause your time. Councillor Chappelle, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm just having a very hard time hearing the important words of Mr. Hutchison. The volume is not there. I've tried increasing my volume. Either he's got to sit closer to his computer or do something because I can't hear him.
Okay, let's try that. That sounds like a good tip.
Okay, let's test this. Is this any better, Councillor Chappelle?
A bit better? Yeah,
Maybe a little better. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. We'll start your time again.
I'm not too sure where the microphone is on my computer. So in October of 2018, the IPCC released the SR15 report. That was a report that presented pathways to keep our temperature rise to under 1.5 degrees. And if you see the blue line on this graph, you'll see that it is a straight line from where we were to 0 at 2040. And that line gave us 2 chances out of 3 that we would retain a livable planet for everyone who lives on it and not careen into runaway climate change. Next slide, please. This slide was presented to the negotiators at COP26 in just October of last year. So it was 3 years later, and you will see that the orangey yellow line from where we are to 2040 is a straight line, and the 50% symbol is on that line. So in the space of 3 years, the best information that the best scientists around the world can calculate our chances of staying below 1.5 degrees if we get to 0 by 2040 in a straight line, not in a big bulge, but in a straight line, is a 50-50 chance that we will leave our children a livable planet like the one we inherited. Next slide, please. This is the Davis Tannery gas load summary, which I picked out of all the documentation. And as you can see, for connected heating load, it is assuming that the 400 units in phase 1 will be heated by natural gas, along with the office space, the air makeup units. The water heating will also be natural gas, and there will be an emergency generator on site that will also be powered by natural gas. Here we are with your committee being presented with a plan to introduce a new, very sizable, when we're talking about 4 phases and 4 times this magnitude of natural gas consumption, facility being developed that will definitely increase the city of Kingston's consumption of natural gas at the time that we are all supposed to be racing towards zero as fast as we can. Next slide, please. So why would the city of Kingston and the city council approve the climate leadership plan just a few months ago that had a net zero target of 2040 for gas emissions, and just a few months later approve a development project that adds 400 units and probably 1,200 more units following along, plus commercial space and water heating, all heated by natural gas, all increasing our greenhouse gas emissions from this city when we are supposed to be racing to zero. So what I would love to see is that the council direct planning staff to use this as a negotiation.
30 seconds, please.
When Patri's group is asking for amendments to this plan or the next plan, use this as a negotiating tool. If they want those amendments, they're going to have to switch to heat pumps, electrically powered heat pumps, and electric water heaters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's have 3 more people. And then we'll go to the proponent for responses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, next to speak is Matthew Toffelmeyer.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? Wonderful. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matthew Toffelmeyer. I live up on 3019 Washburn Road in Sunbury, but I also own a property at 907 Jasmine Street on the east end of Kingston. And tonight I got wind of this meeting, and it interests me because, you know, I haven't really been following it. And as I sit here and listen and do my research, I just have a few concerns, more so about the proposition that we're gonna clear cut some very valuable trees that are most likely taking care of those chemicals that are in the ground that are already there. And we're going to take those trees and cut them up, and we're going to trust a group of humans to mediate this chemical mess that we've left here. And I'm just questioning, is the city really prepared to take a risk like this for a development that is literally on the doorsteps of Lake Ontario, covering a large portion of the United States and Canadian shorelines? You know, and you know, we've seen it in the past with these large developments, the sort of disasters that can, you know, that happens from these developments. We witnessed that with the fire, and our search and rescue members happened to rescue that crane operator. So I have concerns about that, about the potential for an environmental disaster. You know, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, why aren't we planting trees in there? Why aren't we taking popular trees and putting them into that location, right? So they can help clean up that land. And then my other concern is, where are we going to get the natural gas, right? We need to be forward-thinking about this. What's going on in the world right now? We are in the middle of an energy crisis. Burning natural gas is not helping us. And, you know, there is the technology out there that if council is going to go ahead with some kind of development like this, there's technology out there that can reduce our greenhouse emissions. And, you know, we have to be really mindful about that, and mindful about the other beings that are occupying this area, our animal friends, our trees, right? And nobody can sit here and say, right, that that's not going to impact them, right? And what kind of benefit, you know, when we're talking about our society and how we're moving forward, right, in a new time, right? How are we making our decisions, right? Is it based on money, right? We keep trying to make this money and we keep trying to find it, right? Maybe we need to rethink our policies about the decisions we're making, and maybe the environment needs to come first, right? And, you know, I draw our attention on countries like the Netherlands, right? Where a lot of their policies are based on the environment, right? And that becomes the first priority. And I don't see that in any of the plans here as I go through them tonight. So that's all I want to say is, if we go through with this development and there's a disaster from it, who's prepared to take responsibility for that? What kind of mitigation services are going to be on site? And secondly, with the trees, who's going to handle that problem? Because that is a huge, huge, huge piece of land that's being clear cut to put a lot of concrete in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toffelmeyer. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Janice Coghill.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Janice Thompson Coghill, and I reside at 82 Ontario Street. I am a proponent of urban densification, and to the degree that it does curb residential sprawl and causes a high carbon footprint and destruction of our ecosystems. But given the sensitivity of our freshwater systems, I do not believe new developments on our shorelines is the way to balance this densification with preservation of our ecosystems. Studies have concluded that human well-being in urban settings is correlated with the amount of natural or restored green space accessible to the residents. I understand the soils on the site proposed for this development are contaminated due to the previous tannery and smelting operations, but I saw little in the presentation of March 24th to alleviate my concerns about how the site would be restored and how the construction of a new city block of mid-rise buildings would not add to the recovery burden of the soils, the shoreline, the adjacent wetlands, and the river. We have seen the impact of the capping effort of the landfill layer under Bell Park and the remediation measures required to return it to the biodiverse green space. But it seems much more possible to do that than to potentially be solving ecological problems down a short road arising from constructing a city block, regardless of whether from wood, cement, or some new cement alternative over soil that's possibly even more contaminated than Bell Park. The current proposal to take down the forest on the site that is contributing to recovery of the soils seems at odds for restoration of healthy ecosystems. Remediation measures for these soils is a vastly expensive endeavor. I have not seen the proposal to investors for this development. However, I can imagine the possibility is significant that the building will have to go higher in number of floors or more luxurious in order to create the return on investment pitched to investors. The purchase of these units, I believe, will be well above the current value of most comparable properties in the area, and this expansion would have additional burden on the environment. I am certain I'm not alone in having the experience of seeing how gentrification begins and takes off. Should this development proceed, real estate investors will be scooping up every property that becomes available across many city blocks in this central area. Ultimately, this leads to pushing out people who can least afford to be pushed out from central places in the city, or denying the space to newcomers as affordability makes the neighborhood less accessible to many who would benefit from a central location to make ends meet and have quality lives. On a final and related note to the last point, anyone who has been to Bell Park is aware that unhoused and underserved residents of our city reside in the area in old tents and makeshift shelters. Gentrification will impact them most, pushing them further out and away from central services and exacerbate the current challenges of providing for basic needs. I do not want the underserved of this city, my city, to become invisible to me. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
And thank you very much. Madam Clerk, one final member of the public, and then we'll have opportunity for replies.
Through you, Mr. Chair, next to speak is Nikki Alward.
Hello. I have a video that I wanted to present, if that's acceptable.
Ms. Alward, I will ask you first actually to state your address, please.
Of course, I reside at 41 Pembroke Street.
Perfect, thank you. And then I'll just make one comment as chair, which won't go towards your time, but in our procedural bylaw, it is acceptable to have audiovisual material provided that it's been given to the clerk in advance. So if Ms. Fawcett has it, I will allow it, with the general rule of all committees being we have to be speaking to issues that are on the agenda. So if you want to maybe give us a bit of context of what the video is and how it relates to the tannery, then within your time frame of 5 minutes, you're definitely welcome to show it.
The video relates to trees and the value of trees. And I believe that given the current proposal necessitates the removal of 7.3 hectares of tree growth, representing over 1,800 trees, many of them mature, including the 200-year-old oak, I believe it is highly relevant.
Okay, we'll just look to the clerk then to see if we have that ability to show it, if she has the video. All right, thank you. And again, this is within
This is an
Thank you.
4.5 minutes left.
Here's a group of them. It's also a water filter, an air purifier, a bike rack, a stimulus package, a therapist, a ShamWow, crime stopper, noise reducer, traffic calmer, and, oh right, a tree. Let me explain. There are a lot of trees in the Halifax region. How many? Maybe 1,000? Maybe 100,000? Well, try 52 million. Put together, all those trees are part of what we call the urban forest. In fact, the municipality has a 442-page long document about this called the Urban Forest Master Plan. And if you're wondering why we need 442 pages for trees, you've come to the right place. Because as it turns out, trees aren't just pretty things to look at. They actually provide many important benefits. For example, air purification. In a city, the air can easily become polluted, whether that's from industrial activity or even just traffic from the streets. Now, one way to make sure our air is clean and breathable is to purify it with cool things like the smog-free tower. It sucks in pollutants from the air, turns it into rings, and costs just $54,000 each. Or you could plant a tree, because trees are experts at cleaning the air. They trap airborne pollutants with their leaves and take in carbon dioxide through photosynthesis. In total, we estimate trees in Halifax trap 1,478 metric tons of pollutants every year. So next time you're, I don't know, breathing, you can thank a tree for that. Here's another benefit. Trees are cool to be around. Literally. Yeah, they provide shade for people in nearby buildings, but they also cool through a process called evapotranspiration. On a hot sunny day, trees are releasing water into the atmosphere, cooling the air around them, and that is crucial for a city. You see, urban areas have a lot of surfaces that either create heat or reflect heat, and that usually means cities are hotter than their surroundings, a phenomenon known as the urban heat island effect. So, is the solution to set up a bunch of air conditioners on our streets? Heck no. Plant a tree instead. Here's one more. When it rains in Halifax, which is quite often, that water has to go somewhere, and if not handled properly, it can lead to flooding and erosion. Well, trees play an essential role in handling that storm water. They slow it down with their foliage, while their roots absorb water and stabilize the soil around them. They're kind of like a living ShamWow. Remember those? Anyways, trees come with a lot of benefits, and it turns out you can do the math on how valuable they are. With that, many smart people have calculated that trees in Halifax provide $9.6 million worth of air purifying services, $12.4 million worth of cooling, and $2.1 million in savings for stormwater management. In fact, it's estimated that for every dollar we spend on a tree in Halifax, we get $8 back in benefits. But money isn't even half the story here. Studies have linked urban trees to lowering stress, reducing crime, reducing noise, slowing down traffic, lowering road rage, reducing the number of accidents, increasing property values, and yeah, it's a lot. So if there's one thing you need to take away from all this, it's that trees are really, really useful and important. But if you can spare a bit more time, I want to leave you with two more things. Size isn't always everything in life, but when it comes to trees, it makes all the difference. Larger trees means more air purification, more cooling, and more water absorption. And it's not just that bigger trees are better. The relationship between a tree's size and its benefits is exponential. That means as a tree grows, its benefits grow faster. I'm not a mathematician, but I think all that really goes to say it's important to keep trees around for their whole lives because their benefits are greatest when they have a chance to fully mature. Look at this photo taken of the Halifax Hyderstone houses just after they were built in 1921. Those little saplings weren't doing much back then, but today those same trees are giving back all kinds of benefits to this neighborhood.
30 seconds,
Where a
please.
tree is located is key. As a general rule of thumb, the closer trees are to people, the more good they can do for people. A really effective spot is the space between the sidewalk and the road. That's where a tree can provide shade and cooling for nearby buildings while absorbing pollutants from road traffic and, yeah, all that stuff I mentioned earlier. And that can be tricky. In many cities, this part of the road is also used for power lines, and having trees growing near these lines can be a hazard.
All right, sorry to
That being
interrupt the
said,
video,
the
but
city's
to keep it
position is
fair
that
for
it's
everyone,
still-
we'll keep it at 5
Thank you.
minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for giving the context at the beginning. That's helpful. So, Madam Clerk, we will turn it, I believe, to our city staff, Mr. Barr, to facilitate answers to these questions.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just as last time, I'm going to ask the proponent team to answer questions first, and then from there, I will turn to comments and questions that need to be answered by city staff.
All right, so thank you very much, and I'll maybe just take a minute to introduce myself for those who didn't attend last time. So my name is Mark Tao. I'm a registered professional planner with IBI Group. So we are representing the owner with respect to planning matters. Also with us this evening is Rob Snetzinger, the project biologist, ecologist, and Kevin Shipley, who is the project environmental engineer from XCG. So thank you everyone for your questions. We will go through some of them and try to answer in themes in terms of general concerns and questions. With respect to the ability of the site to accommodate trees or new tree plantings, so that there are challenges with the site in terms of revegetation, where for the portions of the site there should be capped, but the landscape plan, conceptual landscape plan is shown does show trees, and those trees are able to be planted where soil is added on top of the cap in deeper depths where it's pre-planned, for example, or where additional soil is brought in. So the conceptual landscape plan that was shown does in fact reflect what could be done on the site with respect to new tree plantings, replacement vegetation, etc. So just to clarify that element of the plans. With respect to the design of the site in terms of being car-centric and lack of walkability, so the site in and of itself, because it is intended to provide a variety of commercial uses, including convenience commercial and also employment opportunities, the idea is that there would be lots of opportunities to walk for residents within the site to get their daily needs met within the commercial operations of the site. It's also anticipated that this site would also provide a local hub for the neighborhood. So for those portions of the neighborhood that perhaps are too far to walk to downtown on a daily basis, there would be services and commercial opportunities available to local residents outside of the development as well. With respect to comments about using natural gas versus using electric, the site will use gas, as most developments do. The developer does use electric only in other buildings. It depends on the availability of the local infrastructure. So some municipalities are able to provide sufficient electricity to completely service a building or apartment building with using electricity versus gas. This building is proposed to use gas for some of its energy needs, but it's also proposed to be designed to use 25% less energy than the national building standard would allow or require. And as time progresses, future phases, there may be opportunities to further reduce that gas loading that's required. With respect to, I guess, the value of trees, I don't think anybody here is debating the value of trees on the site for multiple reasons. I think the challenge that we have here is that the site is not a pristine urban forest, and there is significant contamination on the site. And so trying to balance a variety of goals and needs in terms of providing residential housing opportunities within an urban area through intensification, may in some cases require removal of trees to accomplish that. And part of that, or the rationale behind that, is it does offset the removal of lands, undeveloped lands outside of the urban boundaries, so farmland or forested areas or other naturalized areas. So, you know, it's not a black and white, I think, situation where it's a question of removing trees or not. I think the nuance here is that the site, although it has been revegetated since its industrial history, it does also contain a significant industrial contamination legacy as well that does compromise the health of the site, the soils, and does have impacts off-site. So the intention, I think, is that the redevelopment of the site would provide opportunities to clean up the site, to improve health on the site and off-site, and also provide approximately a third of the site, so 10 out of the 30 acres, would be available for revegetation, for habitat creation, for replanting, etc. And there's also proposed to be recreation of new wetland habitat off-site in accordance with requirements of the Conservation Authority. So it's really a balancing of a number of different things, and you know, the primary driver behind the site and why it's a supportable, viable, I think, redevelopment site is because of that significant contamination in the history of its 100+ years of heavy industrial use, rather than, for example, an urban area of the city that's forested that hasn't previously been developed or isn't contaminated. I might pass it over to Kevin Chipley here just to speak to a number of the comments about the ability of trees to clean up a site in terms of that capability versus what's required by the province for safe human and animal interactions or use of the site.
Yeah, so there were a number of comments about the trees, and a number of people said that the trees, in their opinion, are able to clean up the soil. I think there's a number of points to be made on that. The main type of contamination at this site is heavy metal contamination, and the metals themselves are they're elemental. So when you're talking about chromium, when you're talking about lead, these are chemical elements in the periodic table. They do form different compounds, but the contaminant itself, the lead, the chromium, the zinc, so on, they don't break down. They can't biodegrade. The only way that they can break down is through splitting the atom, basically, and that doesn't really happen in a natural environment. So the trees, it's true, the trees do tend to take up the metals to some degree. The metals that are available in the soil that the roots can absorb will be taken into the biomass of the tree, and that's how phytoremediation works. This contamination has been there for a very long time, and in many areas of the site, it's present at concentrations that are hundreds and in some cases thousands of times, more than 1,000 times the Ministry of the Environment standards. So it's highly contaminated. The trees have not been able to reduce those high concentrations in all the many decades that have happened since the lead smelter was operating, since the tannery was operating. So although they do remove some metals from the soil, it takes a very, very long time, and it's not happening at any acceptable rate, in my opinion, at this site. The other thing is that when a tree takes up a heavy metal, it remains in the biomass of the tree, and unless you harvest that tree and take it off of the site, you're not removing the metal from the site. When the tree dies and it falls down and it rots, that metal that was taken up into the tree just would go right back into the soil again. So in fact, in a sense, by removing all of these trees, and for the fact that they have to some degree removed some of the metals from the soil, by removing these trees from the site, we are actually helping in the sense that we're removing some of that contamination that was absorbed into the biomass of the trees. So the other thing is, kind of the main point here is that in order to develop this site, and I know a number of people feel it shouldn't be developed, but in order to develop this site as a residential project, which I think our team has demonstrated provides a net benefit to the community, in order to do that, we have to satisfy the Ministry of the Environment standards. And in order to satisfy those standards, we have to address the contaminated soil in a timely manner. And the only way of really doing that in any effective way is to remove the trees in order to be able to remove the contaminated soil, or in order to be able to place capping over certain areas of the site in an effective way. So I think that's kind of on the trees. There was a point about the oak tree. James Ostler said that we had indicated that we'd be doing the tree a favor by chopping it down. I don't think we characterized it that way. Essentially what it is that we realize that tree has value. We think it's unfortunate, but unfortunately there's no way of saving that tree from the investigations I've done, given that we have to address the contaminated soil around the tree. And would the tree continue to survive in the contaminated soil? I think it likely would, but the main point is that contaminated soil poses a risk to humans. It poses a risk to ecological receptors, animals, and other types of plants. And in order to meet the Ministry of the Environment standards, in order to change this into a residential development, or in order to change it into a park area, both of which are being done here, that soil needs to be addressed. And unfortunately, we can't save the tree and address the soil in the manner that it needs to be addressed. So I think those are the main things I needed to talk to.
Rob, is there anything you wanted to?
Yeah, just a few things. I want to start. I greatly admire what Mary Farrar has done over the years for turtle conservation in Kingston, and I agree with her that the boathouse will result in the loss of turtle habitat. However, I respectfully disagree that habitat projects cannot create good quality turtle habitat. This has been well established with projects undertaken by the Ministry of Natural Resources, Ducks Unlimited, and it's also covered in the published research. I also agree with the various speakers on the importance of the climate change crisis and the value of trees. And this is why the intensification is a goal of future growth in municipal planning. I'm well aware, because of what I do, my work, is there's immense pressure to develop in the countryside, north of the 401, via severance. And the equivalent of 1,500 houses versus the units on the Tannery will likely result in a far greater vehicle emission output than with the Tannery. So this is not a good thing to do by comparison. Mature woodlands, it's well established again, the carbon uptake of a mature woodland is almost all offset by respiratory processes, plants break down, etc. And then, carbon gets released back to the environment. I mean, the net result is positive, but it's relatively minor compared to a young growing forest. From an EIA perspective, the value of a tree, people going on about the value of the trees here, the value of the tree can be determined by something called its coefficient of conservatism, which is based on the Floristic Quality Index that the Government of Ontario has produced. All plants get a value of between 1 and 10. A really, really, really valuable tree, which I don't think Kingston has any, would have a CFC value of 10. The white oak would have a value of 6. Most of the trees on the tannery, though, would have a value of either 0, like the black locust, 1 or 2. Predominant, by far the dominant trees that are there basically have a negligible value via the floristic quality index.
Okay. All right, thanks, Rob. Yeah, there's a lot of nuance, I think, in many of these questions, and it's hard to often address nuance and to respond with nuance in this forum. So again, we'll try to provide also written responses to the many comments that have been received both last meeting and this meeting. But thank you though for those comments received today.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just before we continue on, I think it's worth noting what staff would typically do at a public meeting and note that we have 20 new pieces of correspondence since we last recessed, and those are provided in the addendum for tonight's meeting. Staff also received 7 inquiries over the week, which we have answered. There are a couple outstanding points. Just like last time, we have a number of professional staff here in attendance tonight to answer detailed questions. First, I'm going to ask the Director of Transportation Services, Mr. Semple, to speak to the KMP Trail and vehicular crossing.
Thank you, Mr. Barr, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think just, to speak to that point that was brought up by Ms. Farrar, any connections across the KMP Trail and along with any other access points into the site continue to be under discussion as part of the review of the transportation study that's been submitted by the applicant in support of this development. So the city, as part of this ongoing review, we would require safe, accessible connections be included prior to the acceptance of the transportation study and approval of the recommendation of approval of the development. The detailed design elements of the internal transportation network of the site and the connections that are made to the city's existing infrastructure, sidewalks, pathways, roadways, that would continue to be finalized through those future applications. But I think to respond to the question, we certainly would be looking for and requiring safe and accessible connections across any of that infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, we have the Director of Housing and Social Services here tonight with us, Ms. Nordegraff, to speak to the question about the under or unhoused population currently residing on the site.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So, those are obviously very important pieces that are brought forward. We are aware, obviously, that at the Tannery sites, there are typically a few individuals that are preferring that location due to its remoteness, but also because of the proximity to services. I do want to point out that our partners of Street Outreach through Home-Based Housing, K-State Street Health, and also HFEH Regional Services do visit clients regularly and also continue to provide various services that are available to them. We do know that some people do choose to continue to refuse shelter services. We also do have a protocol and an encampment protocol and approach that ultimately does prohibit people from sleeping in parks, but we obviously also know because of the pandemic and the limited shelter capacity that has been an ongoing process in the community. We are working on bringing back shelter capacity. We've added shelter solutions, and we're obviously also continuing to work on a variety of different housing solutions, supportive housing, transitional housing. We are also continuing to discuss the encampments across the community. So definitely something that we're very aware of. We continue to provide services to those individuals that do camp at the Tannery site and elsewhere in the community, and are working on some short and long-term solutions for those individuals as well.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Looking at the comments that have been raised so far, I don't believe staff will have anything additional to add at this time, so we can move on to the next part of public consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Madam Clerk, how many individuals have their hands up at this point?
Mr. Chair, through you, we currently have 2 hands raised at this time. If I could just suggest for those who are joining us, if you could please raise your hand now, should you wish to speak and you have not already spoken to the file. If you could please raise your hand now so that we may notify the numbers here. And Mr. Chair, I do see a number of hands coming up. So again, for those joining us, please raise your hand so that we may call on you as the meeting goes forward. Mr. Chair, we'll start the next section with Frank Zeman.
Point of order, Councillor Chappelle. Mr. Zeman, just hold on a sec, please.
Mr. Chair, I listened tentatively to the responses, and I did not hear how the turtles will be handled when asked last week, nor were they addressed this week. And I was wondering if we'll get them addressed tonight.
Okay, so I did hear a partial turtle response, but if it's not to your satisfaction, that's perfectly fair and good. You can bring that up during councillor question times and drill home on that if you'd like to.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for bringing it up. Okay, Mr. Zeman, I'll start your time now. After you.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me. My name is Frank Zeman. I live at 3798 County Road 2, which is Highway 2 on the east end of Kingston. So first, I would just say recognize environmental justice. The fact that we can dig up our pollution and dump it on someone else is because we're rich. And I would suggest that the planning committee state or make a condition that any excavated soil be treated on site. It can be treated chemically. We have lots of great people here who can do it. An interesting point from the video, does the City of Kingston have a tree plan? And how does this affect the tree plan? I would point out that the scale seems off. If you look at Village on the River or Frontenac Village as appropriate developments in the area, they increase density by about a factor 5. There's about 200 units in Village on the River versus 40 in the general area. And that is how nature works. 1, 2, 5, 10. You do not go 1 to 100. So you're going to have a really disruptive force here. So I would suggest the planning committee consider that level of development. Looking at the photos, obviously there's not much, but the riparian zone would be clearly necessary here and be larger due to the pollution mentioned by the developers. Phytoremediation is active and can be done during the entire lifetime, so there's no reason not to include it in the design. They mentioned commercial use. Anybody who walks downtown knows there's a lot of empty storefronts, and I'm not sure how adding more empty storefronts is going to help anything. I would add that if you look at Greenwood Point, the only thing they can afford is a discount grocer, so I'm not sure what you're going to get down there. Passive house standards are a great way to reduce natural gas and avoid electricity addition to it. So the council can consider adding passive house standards to the development, which would increase insulation and things like that. You don't need electricity or natural gas. I would ask the council to consider Bell Park because this will increase runoff and that'll increase erosion in that area. One interesting thing, if climate change is an issue, does the design include electric car charging ports? So things like that and solar panels in a more rigorous way than the cartoon showed, a few panels here and there. I'm a former rower from the Kingston Rowing Club. Spent a lot of time in that area. Any boat traffic is going to create absolute havoc and you're going to have to de-weed the area. You're going to have sediment stirred up. So I think that's for investors to see in an image and not for anybody to do really. We were told when we were rowing, do not go in the water, you will get sick. And my understanding is if anything is excavated from that area, it is immediately toxic waste. So that is something to consider for the boat. The comment the developers made on clientele, anybody planning to move to Greenpoint or north of the 401 would never consider this development. So that's a moot point. They want their acres and their barbecue, and that's fine. And to this turtle point and the pollution point in general, I would encourage the city councilors to demand a much higher holdback because there will inevitably be pollution, there will be inevitably be damage, and there'll be inevitably be things that need to be repaired. And you're going to need that money because my guess is the developer is using a special purpose vehicle to do this construction. And that means you won't have anybody to sue once they're gone. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zeman. Madam Clerk.
Next to speak, Mr. Chair, is Marinus Sorensen.
Sorensen, 918 Victoria Street. Do we have the slides?
I think they're appearing right now as we speak. Very good.
Wonderful. So this is the Google view showing both the existing paths and possible green belt connecting paths in green, and the three streams that once fed into the marsh at the Grandmother Oak site. The city of Kingston acknowledges that we are on the traditional homeland of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat, and thanks these nations for their care and stewardship of this shared land. If this acknowledgement is meant to be heartfelt, it must be acted on with deeds and not just words. It's impossible to honor the care and stewardship of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat without honoring the land with continuing good stewardship and best practices. This means taking good care, especially of lands that have been degraded and misused, and of our natural tree canopy and natural green space, and of the natural watercourses where all our relations come to gather. Grandmother Oak Park, with its mature tree canopy of oaks and poplars and black cherry and ash and maple and willow, is exemplary of all these precious qualities and natural beauty. It's also exemplary of much past abuse and misuse, and it's important that past errors are not carried forward and compounded. The responsibility of healing must be done in concert with nature herself, the greatest healer of all, and not by paving and building density and clear-cutting a small forest of mature trees. There are virtually no other stands of trees anywhere else in the city, let alone anywhere else along the waterfront of the city. Altogether, the better part of the swamp board watercourses are gathered together and drained through this wetland. Next slide, please. The site of Grandmother Oak Park is completely central to the city's shoreline and streambed conservation. It could be a very beautiful and inspiring restoration park, and the brownfield cleanup can shine a beacon for what's possible when nature is taken as a partner and not ignored as an impediment. Grandmother Oak Park shares much with Monet's garden at Giverny, which was also a reclaimed wetland with a small stream across the railway tracks on abandoned former industrial land. There is even a perfect place for a short footbridge over to Bell Island Park. With a footbridge, it could quickly become a destination for weddings, postcards, and everybody would want to be there. On the other side of the bridge, Bell Park would become not just the biggest, but also the most important park in the city, as it deserves to be. It's axiomatic that we dump on and degrade the most beautiful, life-sustaining, soul-sustaining places in our midst. Repairing that damage is the most important work that there is. Being a leader in a self-declared climate emergency means doing more than just ringing the town crier's bell. It means doing green things that remediate past wrongs. The marsh to the north of Bell Island might be more significant in size than the repeatedly diminished marsh of the Inner Harbor, but it is as yet essentially completely inaccessible. The Virgin Oak Park is really the only accessible wetland downtown left. It is really accessible almost now, with the kick and push trail running right beside it. Yet even this very close approach doesn't give any access or even view of it whatsoever, as close by as it is, as if it were a shame to look out on such a poisoned body of water. If the Virgin Oak Park and its Japanese bridge became part of the walkway system, then a very long section of waterfront would suddenly become accessible. It would be a destination made out of a backwater. The critical thing is to see beyond the liability to the opportunity. Next slide, please. As long as you see only a liability, anything else appears to be an improvement. It's always the most beautiful that is filled in and overlooked. Kingston's waterfront is why people want to be here. It is a public good belonging to everybody, and everybody benefits the more it is accessible. I'll go to the next slide. This just shows some of, I grew up near the site, and the yellow ellipse shows where there was an old dump where I dug ginger beer bottles with friends, and we occasionally came up with a 50-gallon drum full of very colorful chemicals.
Thank you very much, and we'll stop you there at 5 minutes like everyone else, but like everyone else as well, you're welcome to submit that presentation through to the clerk, so it's officially on file for this proceeding.
Thank you.
Take care. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Sandra Jass, followed by Josh Cohen.
Hello?
Hello, after you.
I have no idea if I'm actually visible or not.
Just your name, can't see your face.
Okay, so it's just a voice?
Just a voice, yep.
Gotcha, that's fine.
You have 5 minutes, and if you could state your address, please, that'd be excellent.
So I would like to, unless I'm required to say my address, because this is a publicly recorded meeting, I would prefer not to disclose.
We do need it for the file. It's the base requirement for participation.
Can I name the street?
Madam Clerk, help me out here. Is that okay? And then Ms. Jass can send you the exact address later. I'm not sure the technicalities of that.
Mr. Chair, I might actually have to pass this over to Mr. Park if he might be able to respond to that.
Okay, Ms. Jass, not giving you a hard time here. We just want to make sure that we're in conformity with what the legislation says.
That's fair enough.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is under the legislation, participants, if they want to be part of the public record, have to provide their name and address.
Okay, yeah, so we will have to ask you to do that then, just so not only is it fair for everyone else, but that we're in compliance with what we need to from a provincial perspective.
Okay, I currently reside at 451 Coronation Boulevard.
And you have 5 minutes, thank you.
All right, so I live in the West End currently on the edge of a forest. I was actually walking in the forest up until a few minutes ago. But I did live in downtown Kingston in the Fruit Belt, what's colloquially known as the Fruit Belt, and on Division Street for roughly 30 years. So I'm very familiar with the area in question, and I would consider it my old stomping ground. I also want to mention that I work in the construction industry. I'm a manager of a painting company that has been operating in Kingston for over 50 years. And so I'm not anti-development per se, but I am in favor of smart development. There's a couple of points I wanted to raise. One being, and I would be willing to stand corrected, but I thought I read in the media that the developers were getting 97 million, I believe, in tax breaks over time for this development. And so the first question that follows from that is, you know, what else could the city do with $97 million? And then the next point that I wanted to raise was, because we're painting contractors, we actually deal with lead all the time. And we either remove it or we encapsulate it. And I have a concern that I heard the argument said, though, oh, we can cut down the trees because then we'll move it to somewhere else. But then we're just moving the heavy metals from one area to another area. And I'm not convinced that that is sound practice to just move our so-called garbage from one place to another place. And I know enough about lead provincial standards that if you dilute it, then you don't fit the levels, and then you just basically skirt the rules that way. So I would like to, you know, maybe ensure that council made sure that whatever we did with this area was actually sound, not just for the city of Kingston or the site that it's on, but for any future sites the heavy metals would go. And then the third point that I wanted to make, because I did make a presentation, I didn't make a presentation, but I made a submission to City Council about related to trees, and also witnessed the presentation by Joyce Hostin about city in a forest. And after that meeting, I thought, and I still need to research this, but I thought that there should be a legacy tree program, because I think we're kidding ourselves about how much the effects of climate change are going to accelerate. But because I go on forest walks, I see them every summer and the drought periods. And if the city of Kingston has mature trees, I think the city of Kingston has an obligation to preserve mature trees, because you cannot replace a 200-year-old tree in 10 minutes. So cut them down from one place, but plant new trees somewhere else. It's just not that simple. And I don't know if it's a possibility and if there's a legacy tree function in the bylaw, but I think the preservation of existing trees that are mature is important. A footnote to that point would be that a tree that's dying, even a tree that's fallen over, is still serving a purpose in the ecosystem. For any of you who've had the pleasure of walking Summit Circle in the city of Montreal, they just let all the fallen trees lay where they are, and they're all contributing to the regeneration of the land, because the ecosystem isn't just what's above the ground, it's what's on the ground, and it's what's beneath the ground. And older trees that may not look pristine are still serving habitat functions, and they're still contributing to an ecosystem of a region. So I think that's critically important, and we need to not define good trees as
30 seconds, please.
Pretty round trees. I did have one other point, but with 30 seconds, I doubt I'll get a chance to make it. So I'll wrap it up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for keeping to the time, and feel free to email that final point to the clerk so it can be recorded as part of the session. Madam Clerk, I believe we have 4 more people on our list.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Next to speak would be Josh Cowan.
Hi, everybody. My name is Josh Cowan. I live at 83 Patrick Street. I actually am going to take a slightly different tact, if that's okay. I wanted to say to the City Council and staff that I wish to really thank you for your service, your attention, and mostly for taking on the awesome responsibilities of your office. I can't imagine how hard it must be to make planning decisions, knowing what we know about the climate and biodiversity crises. I'm sure each of you have read the IPCC reports on climate change, that we will be facing greater and greater floods, droughts, and heck, even tornadoes. That each of you know that we're facing one of the largest biodiversity die-offs since the dinosaurs looked up to see a meteor coming down. I know you must be looking at each project to see whether it moves us towards net zero, and how can you as a leader in this beautiful city make sure that biodiversity is increased while still supporting the growing needs for affordable housing. It must be hard to do this, knowing that humanity, like literally every human on Earth, is facing the greatest crisis that humans have ever faced, and that each of you will be answering to your children and grandchildren. And I know that you would be, or I know that I would be tempted to not look, to pretend it isn't happening, but I'm sure that you as leaders for our community have decided not to take the easy way out. And I want to thank you for taking the responsibility so seriously, that you know you should not, on behalf of your fellow persons, be swayed by short-term financial gains if it means long-term ecological catastrophe. You can't become a city councilor without wanting to serve your fellow Kingstonian, wanting to make the world a better place. I'm sure you've done your research looking at how Coburg is prioritizing green rather than gray infrastructure, looking at how this project will affect the health of the Inner Harbor and how the project will handle dramatic increases in precipitation events. And I'm sure you're taking into account the loss of the 1,800 trees. And you know, planting saplings doesn't offset that. These are complicated times. So I guess I had 3 or 4 questions. One is, Will this project and all the related infrastructure changes and other changes increase net greenhouse gases or lower them? And by how much? Will this project increase net biodiversity or lower it? And by how much? And I couldn't find a remediation plan. And if it doesn't exist or hasn't been published, how can the planning committee know whether the project should be approved? You can't have chosen to be a city councilor, a staff member, and a leader without wanting to prioritize a better future. So for all you're doing and leading us forward in the face of all these dangers, I just want to thank you. We're counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowan. We appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Laura Klaus Johnson, followed by Maven Armstrong.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
This is great. I didn't think I was really on. I was just interested in hearing what everybody was saying. So anyway, I'm a tree granny. I've taken a liking and a loving to that grandmother oak, and which has me focus on the tree there at the water. I have two beautiful big red maples in my front yard, and I call them the twins. One I can see out of my dining room, the other one I can see out of my bedroom, and I rely on them in such an impressive way for my life that it's hard for me to do anything other than to focus on the trees. So focusing on the grandmother, I'd like to say that in light of her longevity, I'm sure if I could speak to her, she may speak back to me, and to say that she too would like a tree plan. She would like a tree plan that had sustainability in its future rather than clear cutting. And that if she was permitted to continue to live, that she would do what she needed to do and continue to do what she's done all along, which is assist the initial creation of the planet itself, or we call Mother Earth in my world, that the remediation of the land is already underway. It's already happening. I've over the years realized and heard from you, from your parts at the City Hall, and from people that I know on City Council, that the remediation that's happening in the earth is that the evidence is there. So it's not that kind of contaminated evidence that looks at there's no turtles swimming there, there's no birds flying, there's no cactuses growing, flowers growing, and people are walking by, and I wouldn't say that anything other than some kind of peace of mind settles, because that's what her role is. She is a grandmother, and she looks out with love at us, on us all. So when I bring that forward, that's my focus on today, is that I would put in from 263 Glengarry Road, which is where I live, I would put in a support for a clear, sustainable plan rather than a clear-cut plan. So I would hope that there would be some kind of notion that similar to those two I think it's Hamilton and Halifax that have tree plans. And so I don't know if there is a tree plan here, but I would surely like to join that party. And if there's a tree party, just consider my name somewhere down, because I believe there'll be hundreds of names above mine wanting to be in a tree party as well. So that's my extension for my thoughts today. And I really appreciate the opportunity that you're providing for perfectly normal people to give their input as to how they feel and think. And I would like to say, not necessarily just clearly feel and think. There's emotions involved, there's spirituality involved, and there's intentional thought involved. So that's me today. And I'm appreciative of what you do. And it's so lovely to hear that that I'm following Josh Cowan, who thinks that you guys are pretty cool, and I do too. Excuse me, I know, Lisa, you're not a guy, but I just say that from my time. These all are doing such a worthwhile, evident, front and center job that I hope you smile at yourself when you're brushing your hair in the morning, in the mirror. Nyalagoa.
Thank you very much, Ms. Klaus Johnson. Madam Clerk, we talked about being positive and productive, and the positivity is oozing out tonight, so we really appreciate that. We have 2 more people.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, next to speak is Maven Armstrong, followed by Kimberly DeBassage.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maven Armstrong, and I'm at 5115 Front Road. I just want to reference, of course, I'm going to reference the turtles. We participate. Am I on? Can you hear?
You're on, Maven. You're on.
Sorry. Okay, because there was a distraction there. I participated in the meeting with the Ministry of Transport and Parks Canada this week in reference to the cleanup of the harbor, and there was important information pointed out. This is specifically in regards to the capping of the wetland area, which is an absolutely insane initiative. Number one is that there's 10 to 12 years of data missing from making an informed decision, which they realize and are going to be making data available by the fall based on the fact that that hole could affect the mitigation approach as to the waterways and the wetlands. So it's all of this seems way too prim when it was first tabled. And we've been following this very, very closely because of the impact that it has on the shoreline and the turtle populations. And turtle populations, as I expressed to Parks Canada and Ministry of Transport, are unique. They're not like other species. You don't just pick them up and move them for the amount of time that it takes to attend to the wetland. So pretty much they're going to be annihilated. There's no other approach to doing this other than doing extremely small areas of decontamination and moving the turtles just like a matter of feet into the area next to them, cleaning up an area using turbidity curtains, etc., then putting them back. And there's been no reference by the this development initiative, and it's been asked clearly twice before with Tara Barra, who's the new director for Turtles Kingston. And I know Simon Simon is going to be referencing this question later on himself, exactly in a graphic way. How is this going to be done? The thing that I find most offensive about this is that it really has nothing to do with the contamination of the wetland. It has to do with filling it in and building on top of it. So that's the incentive. All of this has to be looked at from the perspective that the entire initiative is in a conflict of interest. Not one person representing the environment, the turtles, the trees, are in a conflict of interest. These are just people that are genuinely concerned with what's going on this planet and from a global perspective of climate change. So there is no conflict of interest. There's a direct conflict of interest with the developer. So all the information that is presented is coming skewed from the desire of what they want to see happen. So right away, that is a massive question. Even in all the correspondence, which I've been following for years from the Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Parks, and also the CRCA. The CRCA in reference, for example, to the wetland, I mean, it has protections. It is a provincially significant wetland. So where are the protections for it in reference to a development? Because the contamination has not been clarified. The contamination is missing close to 12 years of data. So if you look at the time that the cleanup started to happen, when all the pollutants stopped going into the river and the wetlands, that 12 years represents a significant percentage of time in reference to that data, which could seriously influence the mitigation efforts that are to be made if by chance this decision ever goes through. So that has to be considered. The boathouse, I mean, the CRCA has indicated that it is in conflict. They actually cite the
30
regulation.
seconds.
The CRC is Ontario Regulation number 148-705. So there's so many holes in this that council cannot make a decision based on the data that has been made available to date. There is no way that that can happen. Also from a hydrological perspective for floodplains with climate change, there's just way too many. There's more holes in this than there is in a sieve.
Thank you very much. We'll end it there at 5 minutes. And we
thank you very
for
much.
Participating. And I'll just make a comment as chair concerning process. A reminder that we are in a public meeting. So what we're seeing is what the applicant has proposed, but there's no decision point before committee tonight. We're here to listen to public feedback, hear the applicant's responses, and we know that down the road, staff will be putting this through a technical review before we get a comprehensive report, which is at the point where a committee would make a decision and recommend or not recommend to council. So just a reminder for everyone listening, no decision tonight. We're here to gather information. And with that, there's one more individual from the public. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Kimberly DeBassage.
Ani bonjour, Kinawea, Kimberly DeBoski, Indigenous. Minlo Sinque, Indigenous, Adek and Dodem, Chigging, Minmo, Mindo, Menacing, and Dunjaba, and the Shanabe Quayendo. Before I say any words, I just want to, because I'm not a first language speaker, because we've been removed from the land, because our languages have been removed from us, I have to practice speaking my language. And before we do any business, we always say a few words. So I hope that you just, indulge me in this, and I appreciate it. Mi manda enwaying, Godway Wanagizit Anashanabe. The Benjiget Gisan Anashanaben a king. Gibe Dwan Godane Mendo Wadswin. Skode. Nebe. Okay, no din. Gibe Gedostonong, we knock the Wendamong Mumpish Gokumagon. The Benjiget Giminong, Gwachta Wendawo, Ganashanaben, one Nondagen. Ninda Nijaswek Kilo Madwinan. Sagedwin. Debwewin. Manon Dendamoin. The Bokalwin. The Badendaswin. Gwekwadswin, Minwa, Alkadewin. The Benjiget Kimin Gona, Deadbinwe, Winnog the Wendowin, Common Dendana, Gabejwe Buck, Minwa, Nongo, Megwa, Ejwe Buck, Minwa, Gabe, Wanajwe Buck. So what I said there is a preamble that has been put together by the United Chiefs and Councils of Mendo Medicine, or what is known in English as Manitoulin Island. What I said there was that this is our language and who we are and all of our tribes and all of our nations, and that Creator placed the Anishinaabe on earth along with our gift of spirituality. Here on Mother Earth, there are gifts given to the Anishinaabe to look after, which are fire, water, earth, and wind. The Creator also gave the Anishinaabe 7 sacred gifts to guide them, and they are love, truth, respect, wisdom, humility, honesty, and bravery. And Creator gave us sovereignty to govern ourselves, and we respect and honor the past, the present, and the future. So when we make decisions, what I've come to know in understanding who I am as Anishinaabe is that we sit with decision making until we find something that is going to be really, really good for all of our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren and great-grandchildren and great-grandchildren, as far as our minds can conceive in the future. And we work in a way and live in a way and walk in a way that is honorable to all of our ancestors, all the way back in time, as far as our minds can conceive. Everything we do right here and now, that's how I understand things. Is it going to be okay for the future? That's how I understand to live my life. I've had to come to know these things in a really difficult way because I was not raised understanding the deeper aspects of who we are as Anishinaabe. I've always known I was Anishinaabe. Both of my parents are Anishinaabe, and they both are first language speakers. I'm talking really fast because I want to get my point across here. And the point is that I'm not hearing, and I'm just new, and I don't know much about this whole process. But what I do know is I've heard contaminated land and earth, and that doesn't sit well with me. If something happened to one of my children, I don't have children, one of my nieces and nephews, or one of the children in my life, I would want to clean that up first. I would want to look after them first without the pressure of saying what's going to happen in 20 years. I want to clean that up first. I want to take care of the issue first. Again, I appreciate all the difficulty and hard work. And so many people talked about these things tonight. And there's way more people that are more knowledgeable than I am here. And I really appreciate learning. I really do. I'm new to Kingston. I'm on Fergus Street, which is a whole other thing. As a woman and as an Indigenous person, maybe we can just say where our ridings are, what area of Kingston we are in, and that would be okay. But it could be really nerve-wracking to do that. That's a whole other thing, and I'm not gonna. But that's a whole other thing. But I don't know who's speaking. I can speak for the water because I'm a woman, and it hurts me that the water is not okay, and that our oldest ancestors, the ones that still roam, the turtles, are going to be relieved of their land without looking after them first, without cleaning up the land first that we messed up, because we messed it up. And I understand all of the difficulties of all of this. Housing, I see people all the time, trust me. I understand that there's a housing crisis. I know
30 seconds, please.
And I understand all of the other different points. I'm going to look into it and I'm going to learn a little bit more, but I just felt like I had to come in here. This is the land of my ancestors, the Anishinaabe, they were here. And so I felt like I had to come in and say that. We have gifts that were given to us, the fire, the water, the earth, and the wind. We have the ability to look after that and the responsibility for that. And so I appreciate you listening to me. And I hope you take a little bit of what I just said, even a tiny bit, into consideration about how
Thank you very much.
So miigwech.
Thank you. And I apologize for cutting you off, but we'll just make sure it stays under 5 minutes. Okay, I'm looking for Mr. Barr on my screen. I don't see him yet, but he will, there he is. He will point us to the right people to answer some of these questions.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. We are looking to the proponent team right now to answer the first question round, and then staff will take over from there.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and answer several of the questions that were pertaining to environmental issues. Frank Zeman mentioned phytoremediation, that it could be done after the development of the site, that it could be a continuing process. And I think to some extent that likely will be going on with the trees and the shrubs and the other plants that are going to be planted as part of this development. But it's not going, there's no plan at this point for any kind of active phytoremediation project there. I don't think it will be strictly necessary in the sense that the contamination is going to be addressed in other ways. So it's going to be addressed either through removal or through capping. It's going to be addressed through the use of a risk assessment process. And through that, we will be ensuring that the contamination will be safe in the sense that people and ecological receptors, plants, animals, birds will not be exposed to it and incur an unacceptable risk. Then there was a comment from Sandra Jass about the issue of moving contamination from one place to another. And I think that is true, that there is an issue with that, in the sense that quite often that's how these projects are done. The contamination is removed, it's hauled away to a landfill site, and it's essentially just placed in another spot. And there is a legitimate concern there in one sense, but essentially really what we're trying to do is that we're trying to make this residential, it's going to be a residential development. We're trying to make it safe for people and for animals and plants. And by removing the soil and taking it somewhere else, we're going to be placing it in a landfill site, which is a controlled site with a fence around it, with security, with leachate management systems, with cover material put in place, over the contamination. And so it's much safer put in a designed location such as that than it is where, in this case, it's just sitting, the contamination is sitting near the ground surface. In many cases, the high concentrations are close to the surface, and it's posing risk to people who are walking across the site. It's posing a risk to people who are living on the site in tents and so on, who are lighting fires and cooking food on the site, which is actively happening there. This contamination is posing a risk to the health of those people, which concerns me. And then also posing a risk to burrowing mammals, birds, plants, and so on. So it's much better taken somewhere else. Now, Josh Cowan had mentioned that he was looking for a remediation plan. There have been some, I would characterize them as preliminary remediation plans that have been prepared. For example, for the wetland in the north, there's a document on that. There's also kind of an overall remediation plan that kind of lays out the way in which remediation is intended to happen in the different sectors of the site, whether it's risk assessment, whether it's going to be removal of the soil and so on. So there is a plan like that. But I want to make the point that the remediation plan is an evolving thing. It's going to be refined through a continuing process of evaluating the risks. And we're not finished with the risk assessment work that we're doing. That's a long process. And in doing that work, we will be continuing to refine the remediation plan. The remediation plan is going to have input by regulatory authorities, such as the Ministry of the Environment, the Conservation Authority, and the city. So there's going to be a process of review and consultation. And so as time goes on, there will be more information about exactly how the remediation is going to happen. We have a good idea now of the direction we want to go with that, but there's a lot of details yet to be fleshed out as we go through this process. Now, Ms. Armstrong had brought up that there are 10 or 12 years of data missing. I wasn't quite sure what she was referring to there, but I do want to make the point that we have written a phase 2 environmental site assessment report. And in that report, we've included data going all the way back to 1977 on the soil quality at the site. We've got soil quality, we've got groundwater, we've got sediment information going back a long time. So from 1977 until now, which is about 45 years, we have a considerable amount of information from many different hundreds of sampling locations at that site. So I believe we have enough data to make informed decisions. And then there was one other thing I wanted to address, which was the concern about filling in the wetland and building on top of it. I wanted to make the point that over the majority of that wetland that we're looking at encapsulating, that there will not be any building on top of it. It's primarily going to be an open space with vegetation planted. That's the vast majority of that. I have seen comments as well in some of the email correspondence, somebody saying that we're going to concrete over that. That's not true. It's not going to be any concrete over the vast majority of that wetland area. It's going to be a soil cap with vegetation planted. And then the main point is filling it in is being done because there's highly contaminated sediment in those areas of the wetland, the western part of the wetland. And we consider that to represent a substantial risk to humans, to animals, to plants. And it, in our opinion, needs to be addressed as well to protect the river from the potential erosion and scouring of that contaminated sediment and release of that sediment into the river. So I think that covers the items I had here.
Thanks, Kevin. And I just wanted just to add to what Kevin said, so the environmental remediation process is a separate provincially regulated process. So it's not something that's, for the members of the public, it's not something that's evaluated through a planning act approval. So for a zoning bylaw amendment application, the municipality isn't charged with having to assess that environmental process. The Ministry of Environment does that with their own experts. And so that would go through an entirely separate process, review and approval with a significant amount of time and scrutiny for that as well. So just, it is a separate process from this in terms of how it's assessed and what information is available at this point in time versus what will be produced in the future, if and when we get to a point where remediation is undertaken.
Rob, did you have anything? Just a few points. There was a comment on biodiversity losses. Biodiversity losses on the planet, it's well documented. It's partly caused by the displacement of native species by non-native invasive species. And just a reminder, Tannery property is dominated by non-native invasive species, as is the adjacent portion of wetland that will be the focus of the capping project. The portion of the wetland to be capped is composed of very dense growth of a non-native invasive cattail. It's well documented. It does not provide any aspects of key turtle lifestyle features, including basking, nesting, feeding, or overwintering. It wasn't a question asked tonight, but a question we have been asked with regard to wetland capping is why did it end where it did, or why is it proposed to end where it does? Considering that there's still significant contamination that exists in the sediments beyond that boundary. And one reason was the quality of the habitat started to improve beyond that point, including for aquatic waterfowl, turtles in particular.
Okay, and I'll just touch on a few planning comments. So in terms of the viability of the commercial, so it is anticipated that there would be up to 15 to 1,700 units, which could be as many as 3,000 residents living there. So I think with a concentration of population there, as well as the nearby residents, that there would be a limited amount of commercial that would be viable. And I'll say limited because it's proposed that there would be a certain amount of flexibility, and that as each phase is built out, the amount of commercial that's provided could be adjusted according to demand and need and use, as well as what may happen in the neighborhood in terms of other development that may happen or other commercial operations that may be provided. There's also proposed to be a grocery store, which the North Kingston area has areas of identified food desert where there are limited or reduced access to grocery stores. And so this development would provide an opportunity with a supporting population in the development to provide for a grocery store in the area. Question about electric car charging. Yes, approximately half of the spaces in the building are proposed to be electric car charging, in addition to more than 1-to-1 ratio of bike and e-bike parking spaces as well to support non-motorized transportation. There's a comment about removal of the trees and advocating for sites to be used for access by the public for views of the waterfront and the wetland, and just take the opportunity here to identify that currently it's a private site which isn't really accessible to the public. It's contaminated with concerns related to human health. And so this project would enable the site to become a significant portion to become public, as well as create opportunities for the extension of the waterfront trail as per the waterfront master plan with that connection to Bell Park that was referenced. It would also provide the opportunity for healthy vegetation and tree plantings in these areas, so that there would be that access for the public to the water as well. And then lastly, just with respect to the funding, the tax breaks. So just to clarify, brownfield programs across the province were set up many years ago to help enable cleanup of contaminated sites, because the cost of that contamination typically far outweighed the ability to redevelop it in terms of what the economics would allow. And so municipalities across the province have brownfield programs in place. The city of Kingston has had it for a number of years, and it's enabled the cleanup of many sites. And what it does is, after development is completed and the city starts to collect tax revenues, a portion of that tax revenue over time, over 10 to 20 years in this case, would be rebated back to the developer to pay for the cleanup. But the initial cleanup, the $70+ million cleanup, is entirely on the cost of the developer from the start to the beginning of the cleanup, and it is only reimbursed in part over a period of 10 to 20 years. And the intention of these programs is to help level the playing field with brownfield developments, contaminated lands, versus what a developer might otherwise pay for a greenfield property on the edge of the city that would typically constitute sprawl. So I think that's just to clarify the underlying basis for the brownfields program and how it applies to this site. I think I'll leave it at that for now and welcome any further questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tao, for clarifying the brownfield component piece. There is a topic I do want to touch on about the long-term tree management with the city. City staff did bring forward a report in February of this year that outlined intensification, climate change, and tree retention strategies across the city. And what that does and what it outlined was that there are numerous departments involved in the management of our urban forest, the planning process being one of those. So through the planning process, we examine tree removal, retention, and replacement. And in accordance with the tree bylaw, that also sometimes involves remuneration, so a fee paid to the city to remove the trees for trees to be planted somewhere else. So that is always a consideration when we are thinking about how the city is managing our urban forest resource through the development approvals process. And what that report was able to demonstrate was that we are seeing a net increase through development approvals and the number of trees planted, and albeit sometimes a new tree planted doesn't equate the same value as an older tree removed, but there are compensation values associated with that. So sometimes trees are not replaced at a 1-to-1 ratio when they're evaluated. Oftentimes, a larger tree being removed might compensate for several smaller trees. So that is just a small component in the management of the forest in the city. With us tonight as well, we have Karen Santucci, who's the Director of Public Works. She is going to, I'm going to ask her to speak towards the long-term plan. So we have an urban forest management plan with the city and what the future holds for our urban forest as well.
Thank you. And thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the question about the city forestry management plan, in 2011, the urban forestry management plan was developed. And over the course of the past 11 years, we've worked on to implement a number of the items in that plan. In 2021, we presented to council that we would develop a forestry operating plan that would replace the urban forestry management plan. This plan will be presented to the EITP in June of this year. And the new operating plan will continue to build on the main elements of the urban forestry management plan, as well as the city's strategic plan and the goals that have been set forward in terms of urban forest goals. And then all the departments in the city are working together to deal with any of the forestry issues that come up. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, we can move on to the next round of public consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Barr, and everyone who helped answer questions. Madam Clerk, did we exhaust the number of individuals with their hands up, or where are we at with that?
Mr. Chair, we do have one hand up currently at this time. If we could do a final call for those who are present this evening who have not had a chance to speak either this evening or at the previous meeting last week, if you could please raise your hand in Zoom so that we may identify who wishes to speak at this time.
Absolutely, and I'll double down on that. So we'll look for anyone to raise their hand now. If it's raised after now, that will be a missed opportunity. But if you're even have an inkling to do so, please put up your hand so we have a sense of how many people want to do that. But this is the final call, as the clerk said, for public participation at this point.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to give another couple seconds here to see if there's anyone else who wishes to raise their hand at this time. And with that, Mr. Chair, we have two final hands. First to speak will be Jill Price, followed by Nancy Simard.
Hello, my name is Jill Price. I am currently a PhD student in cultural studies at Queen's University, residing at 232 Bagot Street when I'm in town, and also frequently Airbnbs along the waterfront when in town doing my studies. I am also currently part of a PhD community initiative project, which is in partnership between Queens, the City of Kingston, the Indigenous Language Nest, and Little Forest Kingston, in which my group of scholars has been collectively tasked to design a toolkit for youth that will help to assess canopy in and around the city to ensure equity and sustainability as we try to build resilience and move into, as we move further into the effects and the lag of climate change. And so I am speaking this evening to ultimately put to you, how can our city leaders, who we ultimately vote in to lead, expect our youth to take up such activities or find hope to help remediate such drastic measures as cutting down trees at this time? How do we ask them to help plan for planting new trees if the city is cutting them down as we're tasking them with these assignments? This, to me, this does not imbue hope into our young people. And the fact that the city has partnered with Queen's to bring forward its scholars and academics in order to bring about real change through our research, I feel that should be honored. Yeah, that's where I'm at. We can't expect our community members to come forward and do the work if our leaders aren't willing to take the lead on really hard choices at this time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Simard from 934 Pembridge Crescent. I was at several of the meetings, and so one of the things I want to bring up again is the capping and all of that stuff, because we talked about that at the meeting, at the second meeting, I believe, and they were talking about the capping of the blocks, where we talked about the turtles and the baby turtles would not be able to get up to lay their eggs. As one of the things we talked about, the ribbon of life, we talked about the trees that are there fallen in the water at the moment. And we were told by one of the speakers that turtles are opportunistic. Well, aren't we? Why can't we leave those areas? And also with the capping, I found that they talked about in the water, they would be putting soil down, at least a foot of soil, and they would do it in the winter time to not upset the habitat for the animals. Turtles bury under the ground for the winter to hibernate, so they would be buried even further. So we would decimate the population. I know Turtles Kingston, I did the walks for Mary Ferreira when she was doing some research down there when I first moved to Kingston. And at the last meeting, we talked about 4 turtles in the area. I was with this guy, Ken, and who Marie had hired, and we found a stink pot, so a 5th turtle. And apparently that was the first one that he had seen in about 5 years in the area. So we really have to consider everything that's taking place to protect the habitat of the animals. And indirectly, it's to protect us as humans. We're all one, we're all connected. And as people, we should be the ambassadors of the planet, not the destruction of it. I know we need housing and so on and so forth. I've been on many of the planning committees for building a higher, denser Kingston, but this site is not the place to do that. So I think that's all I have to say for now. So I'll be good. And Thank you for all the work that you guys do. I know it's really hard and tough to try to build a city that everybody's happy with, but I think we can find better locations to build higher density, walkability, sustainability for seniors and low income housing with better planning, just not in that location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Simard. Mr. Barnes, we will have responses then.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'll look to the Patrick team to see if they have any initial responses to the questions raised in the last two members.
Okay, so I had a couple of things I wanted to respond to there. So there was a point about the ribbon of life and the turtles and so on, not being able to climb up and so on. I just wanted to mention that along the shoreline of the river and along the sort of border of where the cap will meet with the PSW. We've had some conceptual changes in the way that would work. We're not going to include riprap now, according to the latest design. There was a concern about riprap potentially trapping the baby turtles. So we're now looking at an alternative to that. So I wanted to mention that. Then there was also a point about capping in the wetland, and that would be harmful to the turtles. And in sort of in consultation with Rob Snetzinger, our ecological consultant, my understanding, the area that is going to be capped in the western part of the wetland is not a preferred overwintering site for the turtles. The turtles are more commonly overwintering up north in the vicinity of the 401 and sort of off the shore of Bell Park, where there's a much more oxygenated environment for them that allows them better survivability. The other point about the part of the wetland that is to be encapsulated is that the sediment is so contaminated that any turtle that were to burrow into that sediment for the winter likely would suffer some significant health impacts as a result of the high degree of contamination in the sediment. So I don't think that there is much concern in that sense with the area that would be planned for encapsulation in the western part of the wetland. So I think that covers what I wanted to respond to.
Thanks, Kevin. And maybe just along those lines, just for clarification, particularly maybe for those who didn't hear the presentation last week. So the 70% of the shoreline area of this site is owned by Transport Canada and is not proposed to be disturbed as part of this development, including the shoreline itself, as well as depths of 10 to 30 meters inland. And so how that shoreline area is dealt with is not to be part of this application. It's anticipated to be dealt with by Transport Canada through the Inner Harbor cleanup process or in follow-up to that. Similarly, where there is waterfront on this portion of the property, the remediation plan doesn't include remediating the bed of the lake in that area. It goes to the water's edge and is dealt with there through the provincial standards required for remediation process up to that point. So just to clarify that there is there are significant waterfront lands that are not to be dealt with through this part of the process as well. And I think that was it for our part.
All right, so I don't see staff popping back on at this point. Thanks to the applicant. Oh, there's Mr. Barr. I spoke too soon.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I was just going to say there are no additional staff comments for them from that last round from members of the public, so we can continue with the meeting.
Okay, perfect. So committee and everyone watching, we've been meeting for 2 hours already. I'm going to suggest and call a 5-minute recess, quick drink of water, stretch your legs, and we'll be back here at 8:05 to transition to committee question time. 5 minutes, 8:05. See you soon. Okay, folks, we'll get underway. If councillors could turn their cameras back on, please. Looks like we're all here. Councillor Hill, I'll acknowledge you first in the question period, but before we do, as chair, I just wanted to quickly get staff to comment on process. I think that it's very clear we have a very engaged public on this file, many planning files, which is excellent, but I just thought we should be reminded of what comes next. Like how do we proceed from this meeting after councillors have asked their questions? So perhaps the director, Mr. Park or Mr. Barr, one of our staff members can explain how a file moves through the planning process from this point forward. There's Mr. Park, please, after you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So the next step flowing from this meeting is staff have been taking in notes on the comments made by the public, as has the applicant. The applicant will respond to those along with staff. There may be some further review of the submissions based on those comments that will result in changes. Staff and the next part of the meeting, of course, it goes into committee, where committee will have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant as well. And again, those questions are recorded and will either be responded to as part of this meeting or will be addressed in the forthcoming report, which will be coming back to planning committee at a future date. That report is called a comprehensive report. And within that report, that is when staff would be, excuse me, making their recommendations on the proposal for planning committee's consideration. All of those reviews within planning, within planning services, we are professional planners. The majority of us have our professional planning designations. The comments being reviewed in terms of transportation are being done by professional engineers that are retained by or in employment with the city. Same in, excuse me, in the public works, looking at the anything to do with the infrastructure that is part of this development. The specialists at CRCA also have the training, necessary training and background to speak to the ecological, biological issues that have come up in that area. We have staff within the city that can speak to environmental questions that are raised in the environmental section within the city's real estate and property section. So all the staff, we have the qualifications to look at this, and we'll be basing our recommendations on that against the official plan, the studies that have been submitted by the applicant in support of the proposal, and would be making our recommendation on that assessment of those documents. So in a nutshell, that's it. I kind of stammered around there, but it is reviewed very carefully and very thoroughly by qualified staff.
Perfect, thanks. That's good context. So Councillor Hill already had his hand up. Thanks, Mr. Park. Committee, just a reminder, we'll do 5 minutes each for questions at this point. We won't include staff's response as part of your time, so you can have that back and forth, and we'll do as many rounds as you're interested in for tonight. So Councillor Hill, you're up first.
Well, thank you. Through you, Chair. I actually can't imagine that we could have too many questions. I think this has been a pretty thoroughly examined topic in my experience. You know, we've had 4 nights now of public presentations and questions, and you know, it's been pretty thoroughly gone over. But it has sort of left me with a couple of kind of concerns, I guess, more than anything, and it's around the science and sort of where do we go from here in terms of the science. So there's a couple of things that I think that we know, or I thought that we've heard over time. One of them is, you know, when we're looking at this kind of a development, you know, versus the sequestration that we get from these trees, you know, it doesn't seem to really line up. The climate advantages, I guess, to the climate of intensive development seem to far outweigh the loss of this, even this number of trees. And I know that's very discouraging to folks, but I don't think we've ever made the commitment as a council to say that we're going to save every tree, but rather that we're going to try to double the canopy over time, that we're going to try to ensure that we see, intensive development, that we try to ensure that the urban boundary doesn't expand. Those are the kinds of things that I think that we were focused on in terms of our climate emergency. So I guess my question really goes out to Mr. McClatchy. Like, does this, and maybe it's too early for him to say, but I guess this is something I would like an answer to when we come back, is does the science of climate change and our declaration of a climate emergency support this kind of a development and the loss of these trees on balance? What sort of is going to be a bigger contributor to us being able to reach our climate goals down the road? So I don't know if it's too early to answer that question, Mr. McClatchy, but I'd certainly like you to take a stab at it if you can. Thank you.
Please, Mr. McClatchy.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. There has not been a comprehensive GHG inventory done for this specific project, and it's not something we do on a site-specific basis for development applications, not yet at least. We understand that a climate lens tool is coming for that purpose. And that's the Climate Leadership Division that will be putting that out. But in general, we have done some assessment of how much carbon sequestration is offered by standing forests and so forth. And in general, the amount of carbon that is sequestered on a year-to-year basis by a mature forest it's not terribly large when you compare it to things like the amount of carbon emission that would be avoided by densification infill style development versus greenfield, and all the personal car traffic that would happen, or the difference in personal car miles traveled in those two scenarios. All kinds of other variables, of course, that have not been examined. Some of them have been spoken about this evening in terms of how you heat and cool buildings, some of them being more carbon intensive than others if you use oil, natural gas versus electricity, for instance. So there's all kinds of opportunities to reduce the carbon emissions of a development. But the bottom line is a development is always going to be more carbon intensive than a forest. That's absolutely for sure. But the challenge, I think, personally within the climate emergency climate is to accommodate the development pressure in a way that reduces the carbon footprint to the maximum that we can. So it's not a great answer, but that's where we're at.
Thank you, and I
Councillor, sorry, Councillor, I just see a point of order from Councillor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask, what type of public meeting is this? Is this some special one where we're making up the rules? Because I've been on planning committee for 15 out of 16 years, and at a public meeting, as much as we really want to give our own opinion and we really want to ask staff directly back and forth questions, public meetings, unfortunately, are supposed to be just the counselors asking questions to the applicants. So have we changed our format tonight that I didn't know about? I'm sorry, but the hard and fast rules of a public meeting are asking questions to the applicant. We have to zip our own comments. We leave that to the comprehensive report.
Sure, Councillor Stanek, it's a fair question. I would say from the few months that I've been chairing, often from time to time, we would go to staff. Generally, as a rule, though, you're right. We want to go to the applicant first, but I do think, just like we did with members of the public, it's appropriate from time to time to have staff provide their input. So maybe councillors can keep that in mind when they're asking their questions, to start by looking to see what the applicant has to say, but I won't rule it out of order if staff have additional context to add. But it is, as you say, generally that we'll hear from the applicant primarily. So I think it can be a bit of both, just like it was for the public. We'll keep those rules going for this section of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard that the applicants respond to pretty much all the questions I think that would have come out. So most of my questions would have been for clarification around their responses from staff. So that's okay. I'm happy to save that to the comprehensive report. So thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hill. Do I see other hands from councillors to ask generally the applicant, but perhaps staff can give context too? Seeing none. Okay. Oh, Councillor Osanek. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have many. I just saw Councillor Neal's hand. Okay, he just left. So
I just don't see him in the screen. Sorry.
yeah. Okay. So I can go. So specifically, questions to the applicant, specifically talking about the 1,820 trees identified in the report. Are these the trees that are greater than 15 centimeters diameter breast height, or are these all the trees on the site?
So through you, Mr. Chair. So it was a tree report prepared in accordance with the city's tree bylaw. And so it considered trees that were of the minimum size, which is that 15 centimeter diameter breast height or larger. So there are, excuse me, smaller trees on the site as well that wouldn't have been included in that report.
Great, thank you. And in the tree inventory on Dash, I saw a question that had been submitted in the public information that I haven't heard the answer to. And it was that when you add up the trees in the tree inventory on Dash, it's only 350 trees listed. It's like, I think 10 trees on 35 pages, or it might be the other way around. I counted them all, 35 trees for 10 pages. So if there's 18-20 trees that are going to be removed, the question was, where's a report listing all of them instead of just the 350 trees listed in the report that's posted on Dash? Is there a bigger report that has all like 1,820 trees, and where is it? How can we get a copy of it?
Through you, Mr. I'm just opening up the tree report at the moment. So the way the tree inventory was done in this case, as it has been for other large or significantly large development parcels, was not to necessarily go out, have the arborist go out and tag every single mature tree. It's done as a sample, which, yeah, so the report, if you look at it, you'll see estimated totals, so estimated average per plot, etc. So that's how this tree report was done, which is kind of consistent, I guess, with past practice or city practice where it applies to particularly large parcels. And I think Rob had a supplementary.
I had many conversations with the person who undertook the tree inventory. It's certainly not my area of expertise, but she made it known to me that the number of plots that were used there exceeded the recommendations for this kind of work. And that was directed to her by the city to do that greater level of effort.
Okay. All right, thank you. So it was done by like a sample was picked, a specific plot, and that's how it came to the conclusion of so many Manitoba maples being there. But that would just be, and just the number of Manitoba maples of the 350 that were actually done in that plot. And that's how they came up with the estimate of how many poor, moderate, good condition trees were there, 26 distinctive trees like black walnuts. So, okay.
So, sorry, just to, if I may, there's a clarify, I guess, some of what you just said. So it wasn't that a single plot was sampled. So it wasn't that a single small area of the site was sampled. The whole of the site was walked by the arborist and assessed into multiple plots. And so it wasn't that there was a single plot assessed and, you know, it happened to be the one where there's all the Manitoba maples. No, they did assess the whole site, walked the whole site, and broke it up into equivalently sized plots. And that was how it was done. So within each of the plots, not every single tree was sampled, but the site was sampled to get a representative understanding of the mix and type of trees.
Okay, thank you. And I just wondered if you could just tell us a little bit more about the shoreline, right? So we didn't talk too much other than like we just heard right now that you're not looking at riprap, you're looking at some other design possibly, but are we still, like, from the last meeting, which I think was August, until tonight, are you still going to be ripping out everything along the shoreline and then just replanting things later? Is that still the case, or has anything changed along that?
Yeah, I can answer that. Yeah, so the plan for the shoreline currently, and this could still be subject to more refinement, is that, yes, we would be removing what's there now. So we'd be removing the existing vegetation. We'd be sort of doing a little bit of rough grading along there. And then we would be placing a pea gravel down, extending down the bank and a little distance into the water, sort of below the water's edge. And then there would be a geotextile membrane put down there. And the purpose of all of this is to contain the contaminated soil below a sort of a multi-layered structure to prevent it from migrating into the river. So you have first the removal of the vegetation, then the placement of the pea gravel, then the geotextile membrane, then more pea gravel to protect that geotextile membrane to prevent it from being damaged and to hold it in place as well. And then on top of that, there would be a natural type of a fabric consisting of maybe a woven jute type of material, or there are a number of different possible types of natural material. And then on top of that, there would be topsoil. And then on the topsoil would be planted a variety of native plant species that are shallow rooting, and that would be subject to recommendations from Mr. Snetzinger and perhaps others who want to have input into what kind of native species those would be. But it would be a very have a varied look to it all along the shoreline. And so the purpose of the vegetation would be that the roots would hold that topsoil in place and prevent the erosion of it. But if there was any erosive damage, there'd be layers beneath that would protect the shoreline from the erosion getting right down into the contamination.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. So with that textile big construction that you're just talking about along the shoreline, will that allow for like willow trees to be planted? Or when we're saying vegetation, are we just talking about small stuff? Like, can we actually plant trees like willow trees that love water, but they would have big roots? So can trees be planted in there?
Yeah, well, at this point, we're looking mainly along the shoreline of just having smaller plants along the shoreline itself, because of the difficulty of kind of accommodating a larger tree right along the bank of the river, and still achieving that encapsulation of the contaminated material underneath. But we would have opportunities for trees a little bit further back. So it would be within the ribbon of life, but it would be a little bit further back from the edge of the water. And in those areas, yes, there would be trees. There would be some larger trees. And I don't know about willows. It could potentially be willows. That would be up to some recommendations from the ecological consulting group. But there would be trees for sure back in the ribbon of life. And in those areas, what we would do is we would make provisions to accommodate the root ball of the tree to try to avoid having that root ball penetrate into the contaminated soil. So we'd be trying to keep that tree from being affected by that, by perhaps in some areas raising the grade a little bit to provide that additional soil that the tree needs. And then also to some degree, scooping out the contamination where the tree's root ball is going to be to allow that to develop into clean soil.
Okay, thank you. And does that mean then that we could look at planting trees like that with that root ball structure elsewhere in the site? So going back to what we said before break, there would be some trees on the site. So like we could actually plant trees, mature trees with that root ball that won't go through the cap?
That's correct, yes. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And if it helps in answering the question, we had submitted prior to the last public meeting, a conceptual landscape plan package with a written component that describes some of this and also shows some of these details. So that should be available, through staff at least, or on Dash. Is also in the presentation, so I could pull or have the clerk pull up the slide, but the concept plan that you see now, the conceptual landscape plan that you see now was created in consultation with the Conservation Authority, with staff, in terms of their input as to potential expectations, considered comments from Parks Canada. And so the other thing to keep in mind as well is that the city, through, if the project's approved, if this becomes publicly accessible space, then the city, through its own park design program, could be responsible for deciding where trees go, what type of trees they are, how big they are, et cetera. There would need to be some coordination in terms of designing the remediation plan to work with that tree planting plan and the park design. But the city would be very much in charge of, or in the driver's seat in terms of the landscaping and the tree planting and the vegetation types, et cetera, within the open space area in front of the building as well as to the north.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, how many more seconds do I have left of the 5 minutes?
So you have about a minute and a half because I stop every response. So you have lots of time, 90 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Another question is looking at the Hatch report. So you have to find another wetland in the area at a 1-to-1 ratio. And I just wondered if you could speak to like some of the areas that you've submitted so far that's being considered. Are they close to the Tannery lands? Are they in the west end, the east end? Are they like north of the 401? Is there any details you can give us about that? And if there's not, that's fine.
All right, thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. There was one particular site that was in an inland wetland, so not a coastal wetland, that we had brought to the Conservation Authority as a possibility, and it was larger than the 1-to-1 compensation area. But we've, since that discussion, created that Hatch report that you saw, and the strategy and the preferred approach and priority is to find coastal wetlands first and foremost. So that exercise really is just beginning, but it's not dissimilar to the process that the city went through to create wetland compensation for the third crossing, for example. So it's that same, we're not reinventing the wheel in terms of that wetland compensation portion of the project.
Okay, thank you. And my last question for the first 5 minutes is in terms of affordable housing units, in this complex? How many are you considering?
So we noted in the presentation, there's two avenues through which affordable housing is provided. One is through municipal programs, and currently the city is prioritizing, I guess, existing partnerships in their own housing programs. And then the second funding partner is CMHC, and they are also have a prioritization towards projects that can be very quickly approved and constructed. So currently there's nothing proposed in terms of big A affordable housing in terms of subsidized housing. But the project was revised to include a greater, and revised in the past few months, to include a greater range of housing types. So smaller 1-bedrooms, bachelors, for example. So in terms of small A affordability and attainable housing, the project intends to provide as much of a range as possible.
Sorry, and my last thing, does that mean it's below market rate? Like it's that 80% below market rate that CMHC usually defines as their small A?
We haven't done the calculation for the OP. That was what we were going to go by, and we're going to provide an answer to that as part of the response submission to planning staff comments. We just want to do the calculation according to the latest data.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I got more, but that's it for now.
Perfect. Yes, we will have a round two as we need to. Councillor Neal, I recognize you. I think you're on mute, sir. Just double check.
I am in Vancouver at a great conference, trying to move towards net zero. And unfortunately, I've never tried Zoom on my phone before, so I'm going to leave it up to the clerk to keep me unmuted. There's several questions that I had. That the one that was just raised regarding affordable housing, I think is really, really critical, because I don't think that to the best of my knowledge, I'd like to ask if this developer has ever created an affordable housing development or part of a development, because to the best of my knowledge, that hasn't been the case. Perhaps I could be corrected.
Mr. Howe. Oh, Mr. Patrick.
Yeah, we're having trouble unmuting. Yeah, no, excellent question. So
I can answer this. Sorry.
Oh, sure.
For some reason, it says the host has stopped my video, so that's why it's not there. We have done a number of affordable housing projects, some in partnership with the city of Kingston. We did a project on Blackburn Mews, where a third of the project is affordable. We have a project in Ottawa with 350 units in total. And of that, I believe about 20% of the units are 20% below the average rent for the area. So the big A affordable, according to CMHC. We have partnered with the city for the emergency shelter facility that we bought this winter and rented to the city in about 2 weeks when the need came up. I also own a company that manages about 4,000 units of affordable housing in Toronto, so we're fairly familiar with it. We have a project also in London where there's 33 units with, I think, average rent's about $600 for a 1-bedroom. So we are quite involved in affordable housing. It's something that is part of what we've done and what we continue to do.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to that happening in Kingston, because it hasn't, often it hasn't. Specific to this development, you talk about a range of rental costs. Will any of them be affordable? I believe that was the question that was asked by my colleague.
At this time, the affordability would come from the size of the units. If we're able to create a unit that's smaller that's where the affordability would come. It's a very expensive project. There's a lot of cleanup associated with it. As you're seeing with most things in the paper, everything's up. Like lumber's up 400% over last year. Rewire's up 100%. Copper's up 200%. So we're really getting squeezed at all ends for things, which is why we rejigged the models to allow for smaller units that when you design them right, you can get the price per square foot that you require in your pro forma, but still have an attainable price for somebody to live into the unit. So, you know, it may be $1,400 or maybe $1,300. The project we did in Development Drive, we've got a number of units at $1,000 there, which isn't affordable in some ways, but it's certainly attainable. And we'll do everything we can to keep it affordable in this project as well.
Yeah, I look forward to you fulfilling that. I guess another concern I have is after clear cutting, clearly we're living in a time where climate change is upon us. After clear cutting, I'm concerned about the amount of erosion that might take place without the trees, which obviously prevent that kind of erosion. And if you clear cut the site, what kind of guarantees do we have that there won't then be erosion that undermines your plans?
Yeah, so I think I can answer that one. As with any construction site, there's going to be controls in place, erosion control measures in place during construction and after construction to ensure that we don't have any erosion issues. It's not a bad site in the sense that it's relatively flat. So you don't have really steep grades that are going to contribute to an erosion problem. But nevertheless, it is a vulnerable site in the sense that you have wetland on the north, you have a river on the east. So we do need to make sure, we have to be careful, we have to make sure the right kind of measures are in place. But it would be a plan, it would be a comprehensive plan that would include measures such as silt fencing along vulnerable areas to prevent that silt from running off. Straw bales in shallow swales. We'd have to plan out the grading to make sure that there's appropriate ditching and swales and so on in the right spots to redirect the water and make sure it doesn't run into the vulnerable surface water bodies. But it would be a comprehensive and well thought out erosion control plan that would be effective, I believe, in making sure that we don't have a problem there.
Yeah, I guess my frustration is I believe, like a lot of people, that Mother Nature has a really good anti-erosion plan, and it's called trees. So I'm a little concerned. I'm also have some concern about the plan for capping of the significant wetland. And when that comes forward in the comprehensive report, I think we need to look really closely, and I hope you can comment on this, on the stormwater management plan, because again, there is a stormwater management occurring, and when we cap the significant wetland, how will that be affected?
Yeah, I addressed that a little bit in the meeting last week, but just to kind of recap that, the stormwater will be looked at closely as part of that encapsulation project in the wetland. We are looking at extending the existing stormwater outfall pipe. So it would be a stormwater pipe, or essentially a storm sewer pipe, running from where it currently outfalls, but now it would be extended through the capped zone and then outfall further to the east into the sort of newly defined boundary of the provincially significant wetlands. So that would be essentially preventing that stormwater from running across the top of the cap and creating erosion there. The other thing is that the cap itself will be designed with an appropriate grade, with appropriate swales, and with appropriate vegetative cover to ensure that that you don't have steep grades, that you don't have vulnerabilities to erosion, and that it will be protected from that, so that any water that's running off the top of it is not going to cause an erosion problem. And then the last point is that there's going to be a legal requirement to do regular inspections of that cap to ensure that there's no erosion damage. And if there is erosion damage, there's going to be a legal requirement in the certificate of property use for this site to repair those areas in a timely manner. So there's a number of different facets to that.
And who would be the inspecting body? Would the municipality have the right for that, or would it be provincial, or both?
Well, normally the way that works is that the owner of the land would designate somebody and ensure that somebody's properly trained to undertake those inspections. And quite often that would be maintenance staff that would be trained to do that. But there would be oversight of that as well by supervisory staff, and as needed, a qualified environmental engineer could be involved from time to time to make sure it's being done properly. And that would all be laid out in the risk management plan for this site. And then in addition, there are generally periodic inspections by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, who will come out to see whether that certificate of property use is being adhered to by the owner of the land. And they'll come out and they'll go down the list of provisions in the CPU, the certificate of property use, they'll go down those provisions and make sure that everything's being done.
But it sounds like it would be primarily employees of the developer who would be the inspecting body. My question was, does the municipality have a right to inspect, or is it only those periodic provincial inspections?
I'm going to jump in here and kick this to staff. This is a great example of where it's appropriate for our staff to comment.
Good.
Councilor Mule's question.
Apologies, I had a hard time turning on my cameras. So through you, Chair, that question I'm going to direct to Paul McClatchy, who is on the call tonight, to also answer that the question.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a good answer for that. I am not aware of a municipal role in inspecting private sites that are subject to provincially enforced certificates of property use. The municipality always has the ability to observe, let's say, an environmental upset condition and act on it. That's always within our purview. But in terms of an ongoing commitment to maintenance and management, that's not something I've seen before.
Thank you, Mr. McClatchy. I'm also going to ask Mr. Dakin to speak to this from a conservation authority perspective.
Thank you, James. Through you, Mr. Chair. Michael Dakin, resource planner with Cataraqui Conservation. The Conservation Authority does have a role in ensuring that any erosion and sedimentation is controlled properly. We have a regulation under the Conservation Authorities Act, and the work is subject to that regulation. And there'll be inspections and requirements at both construction and post-construction steps. We do work with the Ministry of the Environment to coordinate that process. We're looking primarily at impacts to water quality and to the natural environment. And we would look to make recommendations and perhaps an agreement through the city for outlining the stages at which those inspections and reporting, say annual reports or monthly reports, are provided, as is our typical process. But obviously, in this case, given the scale of development, it'd have to be quite a comprehensive maintenance and monitoring agreement and approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dakin. And then just in addition to that, sorry, excuse me, Councillor Neal, for construction purposes as well, engineering services does look at grading and sediment and erosion plans for general construction and purpose practices. This work is undertaken through draft plan of subdivision conditions as well as final plan of subdivision. And any site plan control application that's submitted for the city is also subject to these general reviews to make sure that there is no impact from construction activities on adjacent properties or adjacent waterways and streams. So there are multiple levels of review around this concern.
I appreciate that. And I take as part of that answer that some of these unresolved or questions will be answered within the comprehensive report when it comes forward, because with turtle habitat and other things, I seem to have a sense of a lot of the answers were, well, trust us, we can take care of it this way. But we can expect those questions to be more thoroughly answered in the comprehensive report.
Thank you. And through thank you. And through you, Chair. We are at an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan subdivision stage. A lot of the comments related to these fine details will come at a later stage when the project is at a more detailed implementation stage. Right now, this is at a high level feasibility, official plan, zoning bylaw amendment considerations. A lot of those concerns will be addressed through the details of future applications, which will drill down to that level to look at those key specific areas which are important to implementing projects. They're just not necessarily applicable upfront right now when we're just considering the zoning for a property, but there are appropriate measures and controls through additional Planning Act regulations at the future stage.
Great, I appreciate that. And one final question.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. Final question for Mr. McClatchy. I've always been a huge supporter of our brownfields policies. I'm just curious, this is the largest request under our brownfields policy. Will this affect our ability to continue to implement our brownfields policy with other applicants in the future?
Thanks for the question through you, Mr. Chair. That is always a question that is raised, and it's always a question that is considered on an annual basis by our treasurer. When we brought this particular application to council in 2020, I think, that question was answered, and there is room within the projection of brownfield expenditures and tax rebates for the project. I can't say how much room there might be down the road for another project because it would depend on the size of the project. But
so it's not a bottomless.
It is not a bottomless pit of money. Absolutely not.
Okay.
And this is an exceptionally large project, so it does take up room.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Right on 5 minutes, Councillor Neal. You couldn't have timed it better. So looking to other colleagues, Councillor Chappelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Originally, when this proposal came forward to the Planning Committee a number of years ago, there was no proposal to build on or near the wetland, the provincially significant wetland in the northeast, I believe it would be northwest corner rather. And so I'm just wondering, why did the plan change and the sudden interest in capping part of the wetland? And so that's what I'd like to understand. And I'm wondering if the developer would consider removing that fourth building and just increasing the density of the remaining three, or build a tower that's taller and still retain the same number of buildings, because residential units, because I'm sure that's what drives the cost and makes it cost effective, but avoid building on that partial wetland, leave the wetland alone. That's my first question.
Thanks for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. So just looking back, the original plans from the application in 2018 did consider the same building envelope. So they would have covered that area of the wetland as well. So I think it's always, that small portion has been part of the proposal, and it wasn't done lightly or without consideration. But I think the biggest part that's changed is that there is, in response to comments from the Conservation Authority, for example, the desire to use this project as a mechanism, I guess, to address the contaminated wetland on the rest of the site. So the portion of the wetlands over which the development footprint is about just under 0.3 hectares. And the wetland size on the rest of the site is 1.2 hectares. And so, that we don't have to, disturb the rest of the wetland for sure. And is there a scenario where the contaminated portion of the wetland could be avoided and put density elsewhere, as you suggested? And we have looked at that, and from the developer's perspective, to stick with the wood frame construction method and to try to get the minimum density needed to make the project work. It's very difficult to essentially eliminate phase 4, so eliminate a quarter of the project and still have a viable project. And so it is, like I said, an unusual and exceptional circumstance with filling in a wetland for development. And it's only, I think, by virtue of the fact that it's so heavily contaminated and part of this unique project that there's any level of support or ability to do this type of exercise and take this type of action. If there's concern about the broader wetland in terms of capping it on the site, it might be helpful maybe for Mike Dakin to weigh in, because we've had numerous conversations there in terms of some of the rationale and the underlying desire, I guess, to deal with the broader site holistically through this development.
And I'll quickly answer the piece about the fourth building as well. I think one of the main drivers for the requirement for the fourth building is having a comprehensive actual plan where it all comes together as one. And I think when you eliminate that fourth building in the corner, it just looks like an unfinished plan. Like you come into kind of half of the thing, and on the other side, you have something that doesn't match with the rest of it. And bluntly, when we put it all together, we've looked at this site, I don't know how many iterations. I know the staff went back, and I think they probably modeled, they can tell you exactly, but it was something like 40 different models for this site that they went and looked in every single direction. And we came back with a different plan, which gave some extra density above the parking garages. But we have looked at everything as closely as we can, and really, with dealing with the planning staff and everybody else, this is what we came up with as the best planning result for the overall project. And then I'll go to Mike, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to answer Councillor Chappelle's question, partly at least. When the conversation began as it relates to remediation of the wetlands, and also in relation to the development footprint. Initially, it was something we were skeptical of, but then looking at it much more holistically at a broader scale and seeing the science and seeing the data provided, we recognize that if remediation is proposed, then doesn't it make sense to propose the remediation where the contaminant hotspots are, where those heavily contaminated soils and sediments are known to be, and that is part of the reason why the proposed remediation approach is focused as it is. I can't speak specifically to the method. Capping, we understand, has its pros and it has its cons. Financial feasibility is no doubt part of that. We have recommended, and as you may see Councillor Chappelle in Conservation Authority's comments, we have recommended that further assessment, further detail be provided on the capping approach to ensure that it is both feasible and efficient, and effective. But most importantly, if wetland remediation is going to occur, it should occur on this site where it's most needed. Thank you.
Councillor Chappelle, you're on mute. Want to start that again?
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think staff always like putting me on mute. The public too, I suppose, would like to. So that leads me to a number of other questions. And the reason why I chose that one as my first one is because the public has certainly expressed the greatest concern and apprehension towards this development because you are impacting a significant, a provincially significant wetland, regardless of what your EIS biologist has to say, okay? So I think that there should be further reflection on that as the concerns that the public have raised so many times. And the other factor, Maven had spoken earlier about a meeting that took place with the Ministry of Natural Resources, Ministry of Transport, and they were talking about 12 years of data that's missing. So Mr. Dakin, I find it offensive that you suggest that the data is there and available because obviously there's a big gap missing, which may actually mitigate or create a situation where mitigation of capping would not be appropriate, and that is probably quite a long ways on its healing, but we don't know because the data is not there. So let's clarify that directly.
Mr. Chappelle, let staff clarify that then, because
I don't want to hear from staff. I got another question. I'm gonna run out of time.
I'm actually as chair gonna let him make that point of order, Councillor Hill. Oh yeah, I think I'm taking it away too. If you make that type of comment to staff, I think it's more than fair to allow them to respond. So Mr. Dakin, you spoke of data that Councillor Chappelle is questioning. Could you clarify what it was that you meant when you spoke to that information?
Yeah, thank you, through Mr. Chair. Specifically, it is, of course, the information submitted by the applicant. Mr. Shipley spoke to the nature of that data. It's combined with information provided by the Royal Military College of Canada. We are part of the review agency that looks at that, and the contaminant loads that are identified in the wetland portion in particular are believed to be true. We don't have any reason at this point to question that. By all means, we would love to see up-to-date data, and we'd expect that to be the case in confirming the remediation approach. But at the same time, we don't ignore what's been provided and what that demonstrates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dakin. Councillor Chappelle, you have 3 minutes left.
Since I'm speaking with Mr. Dakin, I'll ask again, how is a developer getting around the regulation 148705 with regards to the boathouse protruding from the shoreline into the waterway in this particular area? How are we giving them an exemption on that particular regulation?
Yeah, thank you, through Mr. Chair. Councillor Chappelle, I direct you to our most recent comments where we've very clearly indicated that we do not support approval of the boathouse. We've made that comment many times, and nothing's changed in that regard. Thank you.
Very positive remark. Thank you. Another quick question. Would the developer be amenable to permitting an independent hydrogeologist to study the site, actually free access to the property, and do a groundwater movement analysis would include access drilling and monitoring?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Who's going to pay for it?
Certainly, I'll rephrase it. This is a significant project that's going to significantly impact the environment. If we look at areas like on Ontario Street, where buildings have shifted because of the limestone underneath creates pockets and caverns. And so we don't know what the substrate underneath the property is going to be. If there's a lot of weight, it might shift to cause different problems. It's like taking a nice big roast beef sandwich and you smack your hand down, all the mayonnaise spreads out as soon as you put weight on it. So if we don't know what the topology of that ground is underneath that, the soils, I'm wondering, and we don't know how the water moves, the city has taken on a huge risk to understand what will happen if there's substantial pressures from building or there's disruptions of the natural waterway that's happening underneath. So I'm asking if the developer would be permissive of having an independent geologist, even if the city had to pay for this, to come on to the property and actually do an assessment of the water movement on the site.
I'm always open to anybody assisting with the process. I certainly am not looking for another peer review expense on my side, and I would be opposed to that. Like we have a number of experts that have reviewed it. There's a number of experts that review it when we submit it to people. But if the city wants to spend the money on that, then I would be open to allowing access.
Okay. The other question I have is, has the developer spoken with Minister Steve Clark and or his staff regarding an MZO, a ministry zoning order regarding the site?
Have I spoken to Steve Clark?
Or his staff with regards to a ministerial zoning order for this site?
Yes, we have.
And is that something that you'll be seeking council to approve?
We haven't asked for that. It's going to be up to staff to figure out which way they want to go with things.
Yeah, I just want to echo that because Councillor Chappelle, the developer would not dictate that. That would come in a recommendation or not from our staff.
I guess there was a comment made by a resident that asked a very interesting point about a special purpose vehicle for funding this project. Is that, and the only reason I have flags for me as a concern is that if we get into this project and it goes far down the road and it turns out that it's more costly than anyone ever can anticipate, developers mentioned the cost of copper and lumber and everything else. And all the trees have been removed. I'm concerned that if the developer walked away, the city would be left with a significant problem. And so I'm just wondering what precautions are in place to protect the residents of Kingston.
Well, to be clear, if I'm going to invest millions of dollars on the site, we're going to be the end owner of it. So there is always an ability for the municipality to do something. Like I don't intend to build the site as 100% condos and then walk away. Our anticipation is to be the long-term owner of the site and be a landowner for it. If we cleared the site, and like the very first thing you do is you get your funding from your bank and you make sure that you have the ability to build it, which we've done. And then from there, you build the project.
Okay.
Councillor, you have 5 seconds left if you had a follow-up, but I see Mr. Barr's hand is up. Did you want to add to that, Mr. Barr?
I didn't. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Should the development proceed to the next and final stages in order to actually build on the site, the city does take securities through the subdivision planning process as well as site plan control. So should there be concerns in the future about remediation that might need to occur because development does not proceed, the city does hold financial securities in place and for those specific reasons.
I have 5 seconds left.
Yeah, you're welcome to a supplemental and that's it.
Sure. Well, my question was simply going to be what keeps the developer up at night and what would cause him to walk away from this project?
Well, this project's a passion of love. It's not necessarily the most profitable one I'll ever be involved in. And there specifically because I love the city of Kingston. I think the fact that last their inner harbor is a contaminated wasteland is really a shame. So I sleep well at night. We plan our projects thoroughly. We've finished a number of them on budget and on time. So really what we're concerned about is political risk, honestly.
All right, thanks, Councillor Chappelle, and to the respondents. Looking to committee members on this first round. Councillor Hutchison, yourself and myself are the only two that remain. So would you like to go or me? I'm happy to, Councillor Hill, if you take the chair for a minute or two.
Okay.
I take the, oh, sorry.
I can go ahead.
Okay.
I have a question. I have a lot of questions. But my first question is related, going back to the last meeting. My understanding, and this is to staff as much as the staff. Okay, so my understanding is the Supreme Court of Canada has made it a mandatory requirement for the municipality, the province, and the federal government must consult with First Nations about matters that affect First Nations. So has the city done that, or are they planning to do that?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to direct this question to Ms. Campbell, who is our Director of Cultural Services.
Thank you, and through you, I can certainly offer some high-level oversight on this one. Consultation with First Nations can be mandated through various legislative processes, both at the federal level and then sometimes through provincial policies and processes as well. In the case of this project, I'm not familiar with consultation with nations as a requirement of the applications to date. However, there are different levels, as I've said, of Indigenous engagement required in different aspects of technical evaluations and processes. It is important to also note that consultation with Indigenous nations through the federal processes is usually a duty to consult consideration, which responds specifically to an identified group of nations that are representative and assumed in that process. So the example I might draw would be consultation related to the third crossing that was carried out through the federal duty to consult process. And I only draw that distinction because the opportunity to engage with Indigenous residents outside of that federal process can persist in various other policies and processes. So for example, archaeological assessments often require consideration of descendant communities, and those descendant communities could also be local residents and not necessarily just nations. So I'm, again, not specifically aware of any relationships that require duty to consult on this project, but there are different technical processes that do consider Indigenous engagement.
Fair enough. So can I take it that staff will look into that and see if there are obligations there?
Thank you, and through you. I would assume that all staff who are representing the various areas of technical consideration on the project are assessing them against the legislative requirements. And if duty to consult through the federal or other processes was a requirement, that would be an expectation that staff would follow up and ensure that those processes were enacted.
Okay. I just point out that people seem unsure. So, and are unfamiliar and not specifically aware. So I would suggest that staff should look into this. What is the status of this project with regard to community benefits? And this relates back to affordable housing or other compensation. I see Ms. Agnew's got her hand up.
Yes, absolutely, Ms. Agnew.
No, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. As council may recall, the report that we brought before you, I believe that would have been near the end of 2019, when we were in some earlier planning phases of this project, in particular, doing some investigations around the brownfield and the costs associated with that and the eligible costs. There was in that report a consideration looking at tree compensation, as well as waiving community benefits as part of a municipal contribution to try to look at all the ways the municipality could help to facilitate this project, given the immense of the expense associated with the remediation alone.
Okay. There was discussion of this earlier, but and it keeps coming up about affordable housing provision in this proposal, given how much the city is rebating back in tax dollars, is one of the reasons. So and the others have got to do with the housing crisis. I'm wondering what the status of that request is. Like, where's the city's leverage on this?
Sorry, Councillor Hutchison, just to clarify, where's the city's leverage with respect to requiring the project to have affordable units of different varieties, or the city's leverage with respect to entering into agreements to help co-fund or secure long-term rental arrangements with respect to housing at a certain range of affordability, or all of the above?
All of the above.
Okay. So I think, in terms of what the applicant had indicated before, and Ms. Norgraff is on the meeting tonight, so she may be able to offer some additional detail relative to the housing portfolio. I mean, this council would be aware that there's been extensive investment in affordable housing and transitional housing projects, as well as the integrated care hub and some other extension of services. So there hasn't been a formal agreement arranged with respect to this project in particular. Whether that remains a future option. From a financial feasibility perspective, I think council's funds have been directed and prioritized to a number of those other projects that you've been approving within your term. With respect to affordability generally, our official plan is looking for like new major developments to use a 25% affordable housing target as part of large new housing developments. Typically that's framed in the context of greenfield developments, as our official plan tended to look when it was originally written in 2010 at the majority of the city's growth to be done in more of a suburban fashion, which shows you how far we've come in the 10 years since. But if we wanted to apply that 25% target, that is looking at the CMC definition. I think Councillor Neal was bringing that up before. So that would be the 80% of CMHC, whether we're talking about a purchase price or a rental price. And Mr. Tao, I believe, spoke to some of the recent iterations that their group has been doing to try to address that to a greater degree, introducing a greater mix from what was once proposed in terms of some smaller bachelor units and a greater number of them that could come on at lower costing in terms of the overall rental market. And then certainly there are a number of condominiums that are going to be introduced or proposed to be introduced to this project as well that would have a range of affordability, but we haven't yet seen exactly what that looks like in terms of the market calculations as they would be built at a future date and subject to those markets. But that is a general target that's in our official plan with respect to affordability. Dr. Nordegraff, I don't know if you have anything else to offer specifically on affordable housing partnership opportunities related to this development.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. No, thank you, Commissioner Agnew. That was a great summary. I think what I will add is we obviously continue to always look at opportunities with, and I know the proponent has identified that as well, but opportunities with CMHC and the province. We know that there is lots of different opportunities, or we anticipate that there might be other opportunities. And again, just a reminder that every affordable housing kind of arrangement that we have in place with both for-profit and not-for-profit developers that we've established over the past decades do require typically a capital commitment as well, and would also have would be subjected to council's approval as well.
Okay. So what was referenced there is what we already have on our housing agenda already. The problem here, because this development occurs the future. Is that what specific plans do we have for affordable housing? We've asked this developer, and he's complied to some extent, as far as we know, with changing unit types. However, even at the 80% of CMHC determined market rents, most of the people who rent, regardless of their income, probably 50% of them, 55% of them can't afford it. So my concern is the city doesn't seem to have any firm plans for next year. And so the question is, how hard do we push to get something out from this development?
Councillor, can we turn that into a question for the developer? Like Councillor Osanek reminded us at the beginning, that's kind of the purpose of the public meeting, to hear from them. So you've asked a number.
That was my question. How, if we don't have any firm plans, how are we going to properly ask this developer to do something more?
All right, Ms. Agnew, I see your hand.
Thank you, through your chair. So certainly, Councillor, I can commit to working with Ms. Nordegrath, and we can go away and look at future opportunities. As identified, we've been talking about the several commitments that have been made within this term of council. However, what we would be talking to would be financial commitments of a future council. But if that's something this group would like us to pursue, we can certainly be looking at those opportunities and be identifying, envelopes of money for us to have a future conversation about if council is interested, or at least the committee is interested in looking at some type of solidified city partnership with respect to some of the units and locking in rental rates and those types of things that we have the ability to leverage through those agreements. We're happy to explore that in greater detail. I think the Nordegrath's group have been working very specifically on a number of those other projects that are ongoing right now, but we can certainly look at this in detail, and it would just be in addition to the funding envelope that's already approved by council for this term related to affordable housing. That said, there also could be some pockets of money. We have been fortunate with provincial money coming in the last couple of years. I'm still getting to know this portfolio, but I'm happy to take that away from this meeting and look at opportunities that may exist.
I think that would be good, because right at the moment there's sort of a gap, there's a lacuna between what we're doing and not just this developer, but other developers coming along, and what we need in the city. I've got other questions here. How much of the 5 minutes is left?
You have about 90 seconds left, plenty of time.
Okay. A gentleman, Marinas Sorensen, made a presentation, and I don't know if it was clear or not, but his concern was that water from streams that have been buried or redirected come out at the wetland and in the Tannery lands. And he was, I put in a request about that the other day. So I'm asking, are we going to investigate that? These are streams that come from up around York and Ragland, in Friendship Park, and also up by Kirkpatrick and Division. And so they would have an effect on, evaluating what we can do about contamination, what the likely effects are being, especially if we rub the whole site. So can staff answer that question, please? I sent to the email to Mr. McClatchy and Mr. Park, among others.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I see Mr. McClatchy has turned on his camera, so I'll let him answer this question. But in general, as part of development applications, we always review to ensure that the development that's happening on a site doesn't have a negative impact on the property surrounding it. That does include the flow of water, stormwater, and those details as well. Those are looked at for the detailed design stage through future applications of the draft plan of subdivision. So I'll turn it now to Mr. McClatchy for a more detailed answer on some specifics.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, normally the flow of water through a property is like this one is addressed by the developer's environmental engineers, and they've done that through their phase 2 environmental site assessment report. It does document the conditions of groundwater beneath the property in terms of quality of the groundwater and the flow directions and so forth. There was a comment made at the last public meeting about a stream of water close to the KNP trail. It's actually on city property, and we did go out to observe where that was, and we are investigating what that is.
That's fair enough, and I saw your email to that effect, so thank you for that.
Councillor Hutchison, just let's give the applicants an opportunity to address.
Sure.
So, Mr. Tower, anyone on Mr. Patrick's team?
Sure, yeah. So I'll respond. I guess I don't have too much more to add, other than if there are streams or flows of water coming from the areas inland that Councillor referred to, and they cross the Tannery property through the subdivision civil engineering process and site plan processes, we would have to receive that water and then manage it and deal with it in terms of whether it goes into stormwater facilities on the site, or if it's able to be outletted after flowing through the site into the wetland or into the water. So that is certainly something that gets dealt with through the detailed engineering. But if staff are investigating the location of those water sources, and we'll look to them if they're able to provide information that affects it, we can certainly look into that as well.
Okay, fair enough. My concern is that some of these streams have been buried, and I don't know how they're even getting it, but the general direction hasn't changed. The geology is there. So that raises another question, and that is, we have some money being dedicated to the CRCA to do hydrogeological studies, and Councillor Sandick and I have asked that that be applied to this site. And I'm wondering if staff are going to support that or not.
Ms. Agnew, after you.
Thank you. Through you, sir. I was just swallowing a Tylenol there. Sorry for the delay. So in answer to your question, Councillor, it's not a matter of staff supporting or not. We are working with the CRCAs per council's direction relative to those provincial funds. The CRCA, we've met with them twice in the last week to talk about the additional money that was set aside for hydrogeological, and it is upon them to access and make use of that money as they see fit. I know they have expressed some concern with respect to how quickly they could get that up and going, given the other commitments they have in the process of trying to create a job posting and get that out there. And they know that there's interest relative to the tannery. So all I can say is that we are following up with those conversations, and I should have a better idea next week, Councillor, but it's with them right now. I have met with them twice. They know the funds are available, and they also are aware from some interactions with members of council that there is a desire to see the use of that money relative to some analysis for the tannery. It's just a matter of the timing associated with them being able to utilize those funds and have a secure plan in place, because that has not yet been formulated.
Okay, will you get back to the planning committee about that, or council?
Yes, absolutely, I can do that.
Okay.
Councillor, 5 seconds left. I didn't give you a 30-second warning. I'm sorry about that. You have 5 seconds left.
Are we going to come around again?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, then I'll let it go.
Okay. And Councillor Hill, do you mind taking the chair for a few minutes?
I take the chair and I recognize you.
Perfect, thank you. I just had a few questions for the applicant around two things. One is that was made in the last portion of this public meeting about Mr. Patrick, yourself and your company being the largest provider of rooftop solar. So that's in my mind, and also the schematics that we saw for this project. It appears that there are a number of solar installations on the roofs of these different buildings. So what role does solar play in the project, and how does that relate to Mr. Hutchison's comment about the gas meterage for the project?
So we have, I believe, the largest amount of solar rooftop in the city. We are in the middle of trying to put another 300 kilowatts in the project we just finished at 847 Development Drive. We will put as much solar as we can on these roofs. We're always a little cognizant to show a bunch up there. But if you look at some of the buildings like 810 Blackburn Mews, that building I built about 12 years ago, we built it to a LEED Gold standard. It's covered in solar in all south-facing aspects. It also is a fully electric building there. We're doing one in Canada that's similar, fully electric. So I guess to answer your question, we will endeavor to put as much solar on the roofs as we can. I believe in it. I think it's a great way to do it. We still have a fundamental problem with our grid, as far as I know, with UK and making this an all-electric building. We don't have the power, I'm being told, from the municipal side of things to do that. So it does have to be gas fed. And when we are in those situations, then we need to make sure that we're doing the highest efficient appliances we can. And we're also insulating and doing triple pane windows. Overall, the building we're designing currently and this one will be designed to 25% better than what the standard needs to be. And that's what we're striving for. We have put a bunch of EV chargers in here. We're in the middle of putting 130 EV chargers in Kingston, which I think would be probably one of the larger people to do that. So I think I answered your question, I hope.
Yeah, that does help. And if I could have a supplemental through the chair. The 25% that you say, is that better than would be without the solar on the rooftops there? Or how are you calculating that? Like, what does that number mean to me?
So there's an energy model that that we would do for a building, and there's a prescribed amount of consumption you can have to your building size, and then you've got it's an SB10. I think you have to comply to, and what we've mandated our consultants to do is to beat that by 25%. And solar is part of that mix because it's a net benefit to us for it. So we would be looking to use solar as part of it, as well as a number of other efficient options.
Okay, thank you. I'm also wondering about the shoreline, and perhaps yourself, Mr. Patry, or one of your team members could talk to us about what is left in the conversation with the federal government, Transport Canada or Parks Canada, to have them feel a bit better about the project, because there's a fairly blunt line that as it stands, at least on the landscaping side of things, and I'm sure that also applies to the remediation, they're not quite comfortable with where things are at. So what are some of the loose ends that are being pursued by your team to hopefully see that otherwise?
Well, I think part of what it is, let maybe Mark Tao explain it. His team's been leading it. So maybe Mark can run this.
Sure, thank you. Through you, Chair. Yeah, so we've had consultations with Parks Canada and recently Transport Canada as well. And Parks Canada's interest is with respect to cultural heritage and the impact of development along the Rideau Canal. And so their primary concern here is with respect to screening or breaking up the view of the building from the canal. And so what they're seeking is, a vegetation planting plan that shows a significant number of trees. And so we have gone back and updated our plans just prior to the last public meeting, last week. They were submitted. So following those Parks Canada comments, we've made revisions to change the plan to address some of those comments. And Transport Canada's role here is really not as a commenting agency in terms of their approval, that they would give any sort of approvals. Their role is really in part, I guess, in the spirit of collaboration with their own work in the Inner Harbor and how their work would interact with the cleanup here. And so, again, we've made some changes in response to those comments that we received. If you look at the conceptual landscape strategy, which is slide, just see here, 44, which shows the shoreline. I think the clerk had messaged that they were able to pull that up. So slide 44 shows an updated conceptual plan there that indicates the Transport Canada lands in the dark gray there. So they're entirely still within the jurisdiction of Transport Canada, and how they deal with them will be through that process. So that's a clarification we made following our meeting with them. And we're also looking to see if we can employ some of the methodologies that they've been developing in response to public comments on the Inner Harbor as it relates to the shoreline edge treatment. And so that's also something we've started to integrate into this conceptual plan in response to those inputs from Transport Canada. And ultimately, kind of the design of the space, the parkland space, which is and the shoreline space, which is the concern of those two agencies, is partly in the control of the city, as we anticipate that the City Parks Department would lead a public process to design the space with input from agencies and the Conservation Authority. So it's conceptual. We've made some adjustments, but it's also something that will go through its own process with review, outside review as well.
Okay.
Councillor Crowley?
Yeah, I think I'll leave it at maybe one more, Mr. Chair, through you. About the soil, Mr. Zeman, I think it was earlier in the evening, asked an interesting question that I think I missed the response to, which is why don't we remediate the soil on site as opposed to trucking it away elsewhere? I'm not sure if that's a applicant question or a staff question, but there is to be considered there in terms of moving contaminants around the province or giving it to communities that don't have the advantage that we do, which is the potential to make the site clean. So why aren't we doing it on site? Why is it going elsewhere?
Yeah, so there's, it's a fairly complicated answer. I'll try to keep it reasonably straightforward. The soil on this site represents a very complex mix of a wide range of different types of contaminants, which we talked about in the presentation last week. There's heavy metals, there's polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, there's other types of petroleum hydrocarbons, there's just quite a range of different types of contaminants. And on top of that, there's a very heterogeneous range of different soil types. You've got granular soils, you've got clays, you've got silts, you've got pieces of concrete and rock. You've got waste mixed in there with scrap metal and pieces of wood. So it becomes a very challenging process to try to figure out how to treat all those different contaminants in such a range of different soil types. And there are methods of doing it. There's soil washing can be applied to soils with heavy metals in them. There's bioremediation methods that can be done to deal with organic contamination. There's a long list, but when you have such a heterogeneous mix of contaminants and soil types, it's very difficult to come up with something that's going to be feasible for all of those different challenges. And it takes quite a lot of time. It requires quite a lot of space, and it just doesn't really work very well with all of those complex characteristics to be able to design anything that we think is going to be feasible and effective. So that's why we've come down to primarily capping, but some areas with removal and offsite disposal. But I should mention that there likely will be some treatment of the soil happening on the site where we have any what's called leachate toxic soils that normally would have to go to a very secure sanitary landfill site, of which there are only a few. within a reasonable driving distance. We will likely be looking at doing some soil stabilization to reduce the leachate toxicity to enable that soil to go to more of a normal landfill site. So there will be some treatment, but to a large extent,
Watching all night.
treatment isn't very feasible.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I will leave it at that for now, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Sorry about that. And I return the chair to you, Councillor
No
Grouse.
problem, that's fine. Alrighty, so we are on round 2 for councillors. More than welcome to have another 5 minutes. Councillor Hill, sorry, and then Councillor Osanek.
Sorry, this just goes back to a question that was asked of Mr. Patry, and it was around the one of the residents asked about heat pumps, and I think I heard Mr. Patry say that there was an issue with power to the site. I suspect that's related to the heat pumps, but just wondering if you could kind of clarify that for me. And I'm looking more at, like, is it an issue of capacity in terms of getting power to the site, or cost because gas is already there? Or am I on the wrong track altogether? Thank you.
A couple of things. A heat pump typically is used more of a residential system. So for your house, a large capacity heat pump for a 400 unit building would be substantially different. And when we've looked at stuff with UK, we've struggled to get the power that we need just to do a gas-fired building down there. You know, if council changes their directive and runs a 44 kV line down there and puts a bunch of money into substations, you know, there may be power, and that is an option I'm looking at. Like I said, we're doing a 304 unit building in Canada. It's all electric right now, primarily. So I'm open to that. We have been told from UK that we don't have the power at this time.
And that's what I was just going to say. So that's because the power isn't available to you. That would be a UK, an additional cost to UK then, presumably.
Yes.
That's it for now. Okay, Councillor Osanek, you're next. And then Councillor Neal.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, a question that was just when we were talking about how green this development might be, because there's going to be solar panels and it'll be 25% more energy efficient than other developments. It's my understanding that all the units have to have air conditioners, Mr. Patry, because of the noise at the River Street pumping station, especially the building going up in phase 1. So will the windows still be able to be opened?
Oh, yes, most certainly. Yes. And to be clear, we couldn't build the buildings without putting air conditioning in just for market demand.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, a question about the capping, and if staff could please put up the diagram of the different phases showing the wetland. Thank you. Okay, so we know that the orange is the wetland area that's going to be capped, and phase 4 is the buildings going up in the the top left side, which is the northwest portion of the development. So you can see how there's like the 2 buildings. I guess it's just one building, and then whatever the big parking lot or whatever in front of it are, those are, I guess, the townhouses. Anyway, we'll be going over some of the orange, but we know that the wetland at the very top there, where there's some green thatching, right? Like that's all the orange is going to be filled in with this cap. And so how come we still have to fill in the part of the orange at that northerly part when the buildings are, you know, like more to the south? Like, why do we have to cap in all of the wetland that's part of your property with the cap? So is it just because you want to give more green space to the site? Is it because you need to cap it in order to give enough stability to the land, in order to build the weight of the buildings in phase 4 and phase 2? Is it because the Ministry of the Environment and whatever they call themselves, MOECP, is it because they say that you have to grub every single square inch of the property that you own, and that's why the wetland has to be capped? Like, how come we just can't cap some of the wetland that belongs to your property and leave the wetland at the north there in the orange as it is?
Getting waived by my consultants. I think they're going to answer this.
And okay, yeah, so Kevin will speak to this question, and Mike Dakin from the CA had spoken to kind of why the approach changed from the original submission to now. So, you know, maybe after Kevin, if he wants to add, but I'll obviously leave that to him.
Yeah, so yeah, basically, the capping of that northern area, it doesn't have anything to do with the support for the buildings or anything like that. It's an environmental concern, and in discussions with the CRCA in the earlier stages of the project, it was identified that there's extreme contamination of the sediment in that whole sort of westerly portion of the wetland and extending a fair distance to the east and north as well, that there's extreme contamination there, and that this was an opportunity, this development project was an opportunity to address that extreme contamination, which poses an unacceptable risk to animals, aquatic, freshwater aquatic life, and to any humans that might wander into that area and perhaps be engaging in recreational activities in the wetland of some kind, that it poses an unacceptable risk. And this was an opportunity to address that through a remediation project. And so we identified the sort of worst portion of that northerly wetland area to be remediated through, and we decided that at this point that the best approach to that is an encapsulation approach. But I should mention as well that's going to be subject to further review and evaluation through the process of a risk assessment.
Okay, thank you.
And can
just,
sorry.
Yeah,
can I add one quick thing? As a developer, if you're straight looking at profits, the best thing for me to do is not to cap that, to be quite honest, because it's a very significant expense without really giving me much in terms of developable area. But once we sat down with all of the experts and understood what the risk was, it really becomes my obligation to make sure that when we're remediating the site total, and we don't leave something that will continue to contaminate other areas. So I felt it was my obligation to make sure that when we took the site on, we cleaned it up in its entirety, not just the part that we were developing on.
Right.
So Councillor, before you go, sorry to interrupt, I see Mr. Dakin's hands up. I think he would like to comment further.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And I would start my video, but I'm just having trouble. I'm not hiding by any means. I'm just not able to do that. I'm fully clothed and I'm here, but anyways, to speak to a very good question that Councillor Osanek raised, and it begs that question. I really do wish we could kind of overlay the contamination hotspot map with the proposed remediation plan, at least the preliminary plan, because I think that does make it clear, at least that the capping, or I guess the remediation, is not, while there is some overlap with the development footprint, it is not tied directly to the development footprint. It is, as Mr. Patrick has said, it's sort of a bigger project. If remediation is going to happen on this site, then it really should address those areas that are most contaminated. And just maybe a point of clarification, the capping is what's proposed by the applicant. It is not a requirement or a recommendation, for that matter, by the Conservation Authority. Remediation in general is what we had recommended or encouraged, especially to deal with the offsite contamination, which poses a bigger problem for both human and ecological health. Thank you.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair. So I heard a biologist tell me, right, that by capping the wetlands, right, which we're saying is going to help the wetland, by capping the wetlands, you're killing everything that's in there today. Do you agree? Because you're putting the big layer of soil over top of everything that's there. So, you know, it's everything that's there, you know, even though, yeah, we've heard the ecological services consultants say that they're probably dying, you know, anyway, because they're in such contaminated stuff. Basically, what we're saying is everything that's in the wetland right now on your property is going to be filled in, and maybe even on the winter time where nothing is even, you know, able to escape and hop off to, you know, like other areas. It's all going to be filled over and everything there is going to die. So is that what we're saying?
I'm not sure, through Mr. Chair, if that's directed to the Conservation Authority. I just want to reiterate,
Oh,
though.
no,
Okay, yeah.
to the consultants.
Okay. Yeah, just, again, the capping, it was what's proposed by the consultant, whereas we focused on remediation and whatever is the most effective approach to remediation is obviously in our best interest. Thank you.
So Mr. Tower, others in the room there?
Yeah, so we're just having a bit of a discussion here about who's how best to answer in terms of from different perspectives.
Right. So the reason why I'm asking is because, like we just heard earlier before the break, that it might be done in the winter time. And I think that's what we heard in August when we had the second public meeting. It would probably be done in the winter time because maybe the ground's solid. I can't remember what the reason was, but when we had the meeting with Parks Canada about remediating the Cataraqui River, you know, like further to the east of your site, they were saying that like when they're going to clean it up, they're going to do like a quadrant at a time. So that's why I'm asking if for your contaminated wetland, if you would do a quadrant of a time and kind of like remove everything over and then remove everything over. But as far as your land goes, it's my understanding, and I just want it clarified by you, if you're just going to cap everything. So whatever is there at that time, like August 23rd, 5 years from now, when you put all the fill in, whatever might be there will just be like suffocated. Is that true?
And Councillor, that will be about your time, just so you know, but definitely the applicant should respond to that, please.
Yeah, do you want to start, Rob?
Just a couple things. Wetland projects and cattails are normally done in the winter, primarily because it's considered the least damaging time to do work in a cattail type wetland. Birds, of course, will not be there in the winter time. Again, it's the area to be capped is dominated by Typha angustifolia and Typha blanca, and they're both, especially angustifolia, this is the first one, are both non-native invasives. It's done a lot to damage coastal wetlands, that particular cattail, in terms of biodiversity. So it heavily dominates this site. So yeah, all those Typha angustifolia will be buried. It's extremely dense in there. There may be a few species that try to overwinter in there, but the number will be very low because of the nature of the ecology of that particular cattail zone. And again, if there are species that go in there and try to overwinter, it would be very difficult for them to get into the sediments because of the dense root mass to begin with. But they would be at some potential harm of overwinter harm in those contaminated sediments. So yes, there will be some displacement. There will be some loss of ecological species in there because of that. But because of the nature of the site, the impact will be fairly negligible in regards to biodiversity, species loss, etc.
Okay, thank you. For the trees that are going to be cut
Councillor,
down.
I didn't give you your warning because you were. I thought you had
Was that 5 minutes?
That was 5 minutes. So we can come back to you though. I'm not saying you're done.
Okay.
Just for now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Neal, you're up. And we'll just wait for the clerk to unmute you because
I think I got it.
there you go.
Just a quick question, if I can. I appreciate Councillor Hutchison's question regarding a potential peer review, and I was a little baffled by Mr. Patry's response. So this is a question, I believe, to our staff. This is probably the most complex proposal that's happened in my time on council. And I know that we have requested peer reviews at the cost of the developer when on much simpler files in the past. Why wouldn't we be able to do an appropriate peer review given the complexity of this, and given that so much of the information we're being asked to accept comes from the proponents' people. And I appreciate our staff, but our staff have never probably seen this complex a file in the past either. So why couldn't we request the developer, as we've done in the past, to fund a peer review for a proposal? And we usually give 3 firms for the proponent to choose one from. So a question to our staff.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Ms. Agnew.
Thank you, and through you. So council may remember that we brought a report to you this past September that looked at the different ways to address the PSW issue that's on the property, but it was also bringing you some information that you requested with respect to peer review options and cost associated with that. And what our recommendation was at the time, I believe that information suggested it would take, several months to do and an approximate cost of $40,000 to $60,000. But our recommendation at that time was for council, if it wanted to do a peer review, to wait to a later phase of the approvals process. So not at the zoning official plan stage that we're at right now, but once the project was advanced to a much more detailed design phase, that would be the stage that would make sense when the maximum amount of information is available. Because what's been suggested now, even in terms of the brownfield remediation, is the preliminary conceptual approach to doing it, but the detailed design components with the much more advanced information comes at a later phase. So that remains staff's recommendation, so that if there is a desire to do the peer review, that it's being done on the much more detailed development versus the cursory assessment that comes at the zoning OP stage where we are right now. We also provided some information. Mr. McClatchy may want to make some additional comments, because the remediation process and everything to do with that is administered by the Ministry of Environment, including the record of site condition. We were trying to assess what role a third-party peer review done by the city would have in a process that's administered by an upper level government. But in conversations with them, I think they would certainly receive any peer review document that we wanted to put forward to them, and they would factor that into their process as they saw fit. So that does remain the staff recommendation. Mr. McClatchy, I don't know if you have anything further to say, but certainly if council wanted to see something happening at this stage, it could happen. There's nothing suggesting it couldn't happen. We just don't think it's the ideal time to do it based on the level of information that is presented at this stage in the planning process.
But when it is done, reasonable to expect that it would be done on the proponent's dime, not the taxpayers. Is that
Councillor Neal, let's ask that question in a second, but I do think Mr. McClatchy is going to jump in there for further explanation.
Oh, sorry. Sorry I interrupted you. Go ahead.
It's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question. Yeah, just to add to what Commissioner Agnew was saying, definitely if you're considering peer review, if we're going to consider peer reviewing the remediation approach, that needs to be done at a later stage when it's more detailed. You know, we don't have enough detail about the site and the remediation plan to peer review it properly yet, and it would be subject to change anyways through the process with the Ministry of the Environment. I also wanted to reinforce the notion that the Ministry of Environment's review and approval of the owner's remediation plan is not insignificant. It's a very thorough iterative process that's going to be, it'll take an additional 24 months at least. So what was the point I was trying to make? So the resources we would bring to bear on this peer review would not be the same amount of resources that the Ministry of the Environment is going to be bringing to bear on their review of it. And yes, it is.
So
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
I keep interrupting you tonight.
That's fine. I'm finished.
That's Neil.
Great. Just a quick follow-up to Ms. Agnew. So I presume from your answer that we would not have any recommendation coming to council for approval prior to this additional information, at which time we could request a third-party peer review. Is that accurate?
Thank you. And sorry, just so I can understand, Councillor Neil, can you repeat that for me? I kind of got lost in the train of thought there.
Sure. I'm probably babbling. I'm very tired. If there will not be a comprehensive report with a recommendation coming to us prior to what we're proposing to do in a third-party peer review. Is that accurate?
Thank you, and through you. So as I indicated, our recommendation is to peer review after the zoning OP stage. So if council is, and that's based on, you know, talking to our technical staff and where we are and the level of information that's available and when we think the peer review would be most helpful. If council wants to see that happening at this stage, and there have been other examples where we've received motions from council directing us to peer review, where staff didn't indicate that one would be required, we can execute that on council's behalf. And that was part of that report that we brought this past September, but no motion has come forward. So that is not part of our plan at this point in time. However, we can take the direction of council should that be what council wants to see, as opposed to the staff recommendation of it being looked at when we're at the more detailed design stage.
Okay. So if we approve an OP request amendment and a zoning amendment, wouldn't that weaken somewhat our defense at a tribunal hearing? Because we've basically approved the project. That's my concern.
Yes, I understand. So at the stage we're at, this is about establishing the principle of development for the property, for which there actually is already a residential principle of development that's established. There's an old plan of subdivision that's registered for this property, and there's also residential permissions. So this would be extending those permissions to what Mr. Tannery has asked for. To your point about being concerned that council would go and create a permission, and then what if information came out later that somehow would therefore make the principle of development something undesirable? Is that really what you're concerned about? I think what staff are saying with the reports that we have at this point, they're sufficient to give us confidence that the detailed work that needs to happen to get into that level can still be done, with the mechanisms being the draft plan of subdivision, which has a whole bunch of conditions that would have to be cleared to the city's satisfaction, as well as holding. So there would be mechanisms in place to make sure nothing could proceed to that actual construction stage until we work through it. But that at this point, we feel that the studies that have been submitted in support of the applications are sufficient for this phase of the process. However, as I indicated, if council is not feeling that that is your level of comfort, we can be directed to supplement that.
I appreciate that. And so my final question is, the proponent mentioned that he is going, if I heard that he is going for an MZO, and that he isn't going to come to the city to get approval of that MZO. Could you comment on that? And if he achieves MZO without any council, City of Kingston input, that basically would take it completely out of our ability to follow Planning Act protocols. Is that accurate?
So I would say part of your statement is accurate and part of it is not accurate. So from a process perspective for a minister's, that's okay, that's why I'm here to clarify. The minister's zoning order, it deals with section 34 of the Planning Act, which is just zoning. And the process for requesting a minister's zoning order in Ontario, as it's been explained to city staff and having the benefit of going through this with council related to Clogs Road recently, it's a request would need to come forward from our council with a resolution requesting that the minister consider an MZO. So I believe what Mr. Patry indicated earlier in the meeting is that he may have reached out, or someone from his staff, to the minister's office about an MZO, but the minister's office, as we understand it, would not process anything related to, even at the request of a private developer, without a resolution from the council of that municipality being in support of a request for an MZO. If a minister does actually process an MZO, you're correct that once that order is in place, there isn't an appeal right like there would be if something is passed under the Planning Act by the municipality without the minister's involvement. But however, in this case, any type of MZO request from this municipality would need to be accompanied by a resolution of council that's passed by a majority and documented by the clerk. And that's what actually gets forwarded to the Ministry of Affairs and Housing to commence that process of request, by which the minister can say yes, say no, or modify it.
Can I add a point?
That's reassuring.
Yeah, Mr. Patry, you can respond as well.
I think there's some misunderstanding, because I clearly didn't say that I was asking for the MZO. And when the question was asked to me, somebody asked if I'd spoken to the office of Steve Clark, and I said I had, but I responded that I'm not pursuing that. And if it was something that was pursued, it would come from the city, not me. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
I appreciate that clarification.
Councillor Neal, you have 30 seconds if you wish to use it. If not, we'll look to other councillors.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands for this round. Oh, Councillor Hutchison, there you are, after you. And then Councillor Chappelle.
Sorry about that. I want to, I was going to ask certain questions, but I want to get clarified on the process here. Earlier on, Commissioner Agnew said that the peer review would come at a later stage. And I believe she clarified by that by saying after the OP review stage. I believe those are quotes. And if not, that's why I'm asking the question. I want to get it clarified. So, first of all, is that correct? And second of all, is that before there's a comprehensive report? Like, where are the steps here? Like, we were just told by the director of planning that After this meeting, we'll go, a report will be written, a comprehensive report will be written, which is normal practice. The date for that is unknown at this time. What I want to know is if we're requesting a peer review then I mentioned the hydrogeological report earlier. Where does that occur relative to the comprehensive report?
See Ms. Agnew here.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. In terms of process, what's before the committee right now, you have an application for official plan amendment, a rezoning, and a draft plan of subdivision. The official plan establishes the broad land use permissions. The zoning does the details that regulate the building form expectations, and the draft plan of subdivision is the mechanism by which the land is subdivided. So those have come together in a suite of applications that are being considered all at once. The studies that are involved associated with this stage of the planning process are higher level in detail. They, they're going to talk about the necessary information proving that the principle of development, so the residential, the commercial, whatever you're asking for, can be supported in consideration of all the information. So that's where we are right now. And as Mr. Park indicated, this is an additional public meeting that council requested to be able to facilitate more conversation prior to staff bringing a comprehensive report. The comprehensive report, as Mr. Park indicated, would be at a future meeting of planning committee, and that would include a recommendation from staff with respect to the zoning application, the official plan amendment, and the draft plan of subdivision. So council would need to support those to get this project to the next stage of development. The report that staff brought last September talking about the peer review information, what we indicated at that time, and remains our opinion, that if council is interested in peer reviewing, looking at hydrology and hydrogeology, which are the two things that have been talked about, it would make sense to do that at the next phase, which is when an applicant goes from clearing the conditions of draft plan approval to final plan of subdivision, when all of the very detailed design takes place. The amount of information is a lot more extensive.
Excuse me, Commissioner Agnew, you told us that before. And some of the other stuff. What I want to know is what the timeline is. What's important here is things that we, council or planning committee, feels it needs to know before a comprehensive review comes before the planning committee, because then it's open to a vote.
I understand that, Councillor. I'm trying to answer your question, and also for the benefit of the public, explaining to them process questions for which I believe a number of people in attendance maybe don't understand because they haven't been through this before.
Okay, I just thought you were repeating things you'd already told.
I was trying to explain them in an expanded level of detail so people could understand where we are, what the most imminent thing that's coming, and then what the level of detailed design and study that comes after this stage, for which staff made the recommendation to do the peer reviews on the hydrogeology and the hydrology. That remains our recommendation. So from that standpoint, if we follow things as they are right now, those peer reviews, we are not intending to do them before the comprehensive report on the zoning, the official plan amendment, and the draft plan of subdivision. If council would like to see us do that, we need to be directed to have that done, because that would be contrary to the recommendation of the best stage to do the peer reviews.
Right, and that's what I wanted to know. And you did say that. I just wanted to be clear about what that entails. So yes. We need to bring, okay, so that was a follow-up question. We need to bring, if we want to see these peer reviews, we have to bring motions to council to indicate that we want it. And we want it before the comprehensive review, correct?
Yes, correct. That is my opinion, yes.
Okay. And relative to the MOE review of the remediation plan, we haven't seen the remediation plan, but they're going to have to get one. So relative to that, how does that fit into the timeline you've given me for peer reviews and comprehensive report?
So what we have before us that's informed a number of the reports that have gone to council on the brownfield in particular, and the brownfield agreement that council approved last summer is a conceptual remediation plan. Should the project be successful getting support from council to approve the zoning official plan amendment and draft plan of subdivision, then the applicant has the principle of development secured, then they move forward with developing the detailed remediation plan. So that would come after the zoning and official plan is approved, and they get into the lot more detailed development of what the specifics of that remediation plan are. And that's where that 24-month process that Mr. McClatchy was referring to would typically would be going on with respect to the Ministry of Environment. And that's important because the ministry has to issue a record of site condition prior to any type of sensitive land use or residential land use being able to be constructed on the property. That can't happen until the ministry says that the work has been done all satisfactorily, and they issue that in terms of like an official certificate of completion.
Okay, so, all right. Okay, I accept what you said. There is a conceptual remediation plan, but it seemed to be very slight to me. So
it's conceptual. It's been reviewed by our environmental team and informed the brownfield agreement that has been supported by council, but also in some of the comments Mr. Dakin had a look at. They've had a look at the conceptual one, but the detailed would not be developed until after they have some type of planning approvals on the property.
Okay. So I have some follow-up questions that relate to the CRCA letter of March 21 of 2022. So the first part is that they recommend that the wetland remediation plan be subject to peer review by qualified independent professional to determine whether the initial assessment and wetland capping approach are valid. Is staff going to support that? Or do we have to bring a motion to make that happen?
No, Councillor, we would take that as the technical advice of a commenting agency, and that work would be done following an approval of the zoning official plan amendment at the next stage, which is the detailed design. So our staff recommendation is similar to the recommendation that's offered here by the Conservation Authority with respect to peer reviewing and timing.
I seem to remember from the first CRC letter way back a couple of years ago that the remediation, usually in projects, remediation happens before approval of the actual amendment, official plan, and zoning approval. Like the developer gets their ducks in a row, and then they ask for approval for what they want to do with that land. So I'm wondering what order this, like, why are we doing it in this order?
Okay, so Councillor, I see a few staff with their hands up, and I would encourage us, it seems like some of these questions are being a bit repetitious, so I just want to recognize that as the chair. If we can streamline it, that'd be welcome, I'm sure. So let's go with Mr. McClatchy, then Mr. Dakin, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that in the past, the vast majority of remediation projects and brownfield projects that we've seen have utilized a much simpler remediation approach. Basically, it's digging up contaminated soil or pumping out contaminated groundwater until the conditions on the site agree with the Ontario standards for soil, sediment, and groundwater. So it's much simpler for developers to have certainty in their remediation plans when they're taking that approach. In this case, it's a hybrid model of that generic cleanup approach, plus the majority of the site uses a risk assessment. The risk assessment is a very prescriptive process under Ontario regulation. It takes a very long time for the developer's environmental engineer to work with the Ministry of the Environment on a back and forth way to develop a remediation plan that the Ministry of the Environment is going to sign off on. So it's much more difficult for this type of remediation be done in an upfront basis.
I
Right,
think,
Councillor, sorry, just there are other staff that want to answer your questions.
sure, no, that's right. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so now I see Mr. Barr, but I did see Mr. Dakin earlier. So Mr. Barr, you can field that as you wish.
Sorry, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, there are numerous development applications across the city currently that have elements of site remediation that have to occur. What we commonly see through development applications for rezoning, draft plans and subdivision, those types of applications is upfront they do their environmental site assessment, which lay out the path forward for remediation at a later date once they get their land use planning approvals. This is on balance for what we're doing with the the former Nortel lands at 700 Gardner's Road, the environmental contamination for subdivisions over in the East End, where they are able to obtain their zoning approvals subject to a hold and their draft plan of subdivision condition. But both of those are not finalized and active, so a hold can't be lifted. Oftentimes a final plan of subdivision can't be enacted upon until the record of site condition is obtained. For smaller sites just subject to site plan control, this is also the process forward to the point where the city can approve a site plan control application without having a record of site condition in place, because the record of site condition is applicable law at the time of a building permit. So what that means is the developer can establish their basis of land use and proceed through a lot of technical work in order to say, yes, this building is feasible. And while they're working through the ministry approvals, they can go through those steps to obtain those key pieces of their development and won't be able to pull a permit until the record of site condition is in place. So the actual heavy work for remediating a site isn't done until much later in the development approvals process, as well as those key studies to understand what might be fully involved. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Dakin. I know he had his hand up as well.
Yeah, thank you, James, and through Mr. Chair, just briefly, because Mr. McClatchy and Mr. Barr have answered that much better than I could holistically. But briefly to Councillor Hutchinson's comment, the Conservation Authority initially was making that recommendation that the remediation occur in advance of development, recognizing now through further review that the scale of the necessary remediation, we certainly do now recognize that there does need to be an impetus for the developer to move forward with that, and it's our understanding that that impetus would be through the initial planning approvals, so the official plan amendment and the rezoning that Mrs. Agnew spoke to.
Okay. Here's the problem. The public doesn't have faith, okay? So certain swaths of the public, they don't know whether this is this remediation plan will work. They haven't really seen anything of detail. And we're talking about approving something before we even know the
30 seconds, and Councillor, we're not talking about approving anything tonight. That's not what we're doing here, actually. We're asking the applicant questions. So
I'm not saying you are.
Well, you just made the comment that we're talking about approval, which is not the case. So you have 30 seconds left for a question.
Actually, I wasn't talking about approval. You misheard. So my question is also with the CRCA. So the status of the CRCA recommendations, are we bound to follow them, or are they recommendations in the sense that they can be ignored?
Who would like Mr. Dakin?
Sorry,
go for it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I suppose I can answer that. So, very good question, Councillor Hutchison. It is Conservation Authority is a commenting agency on Planning Act applications. So, with our expertise in watershed management and watershed planning, we do provide these comments. It is ultimately up to staff, and I would say in this case, staff perhaps know the nuances of the approval process a bit better than the Conservation Authority, but ultimately at the end of the day, our recommendation is that some type of peer review occur before development happen on this site, and it is up to staff and then ultimately up to council at a later date to determine when and how that happens. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that last bit. It's up to up to
just sorry, up to staff to make the recommendation on when the peer review happens, and ultimately then up to the council, as I understand it, to make to approve or not approve that recommendation.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so I saw Councillor Chappelle's hand a while ago. Councillor Chappelle, do you still have other questions?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for recognizing me. I have a question with regards to the off-site treatment of substrate that is contaminated. I'd like to understand, there said it's in theory proposed. Is there a site close to Kingston that's being planned to be utilized that has security and fencing and everything that was described in order to deal with these contaminated land?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding the question, you're wondering where the contaminated soil would be sent. Yeah, so that would be a decision made at the time when we're preparing to remove the contaminated soil. There's a number of candidate sites that where it could be sent. Landfill sites, licensed landfill sites. For example, there's one at La Flèche, up towards Cornwall. There's one in Ottawa. GFL is the company that owns a number of them. So usually we would be getting quotes, or we'd be getting bids from remediation contractors, and they would be choosing a landfill site where the material would be sent.
Okay, some of the composition that you'll be putting back on backfill onto the property, is it envisioned that the gravel that's been utilized for the third crossing, will that gravel be utilized to fill the site?
We haven't explored that as far as I know, unless somebody else has an answer to that. Yeah. No, we haven't explored that idea at all. We haven't gotten into the details of planning any, backfill material that would be brought onto the site.
Okay. Complementing to what Councillor Hutchison was saying, planning staff was talking about, brownfield areas and brownfield work and the type, and they would drain an area or work on an area before zoning was approved. I'm just wondering how many sites like that the city of Kingston has done that has had experience of addressing a provincially significant wetland. How many sites have been like that impacting a wetland?
Mr. Chair, I see Mr. McClatchy's hand is up. I would say, in my understanding, we have not seen an application like this where we're dealing with a contaminated provincially significant wetland before.
So my question then leads, since we haven't had that experience before, who on staff, either at the CCRA or city staff, are the expert dealing with this particular issue? And if we don't have one, how do we get one?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, just to ask a clarifying question, Councillor Chappelle, when you say expertise in dealing with this, are you specifically talking about contamination or policy conflicts? I just want to understand.
Oh, no, not policy conflicts, because Mr. Barr, you're very adept at that. I'm very confident in your ability to deal with anything like that. My question is really related to understanding the science of the contamination of a wetland and what's imposed upon doing that. If we don't have staff that have that experience either at the CCRA or within the city, I'd like to understand that so that maybe city council can ensure that you have the resources to have that type of person on staff to address these concerns that so many residents have.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So the applicants have submitted a justification report outlining all the contaminants associated with the site by their own professional and technical experts. That is being reviewed internally by city staff, as well as the CRCA. And we do have Paul McClatchy here with us tonight, who has been reviewing this and is qualified to do so. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. McClatchy, because he has also explained in detail about the provincial process associated with reviewing the record of, well, the works to get towards a record of site condition. And he is the technical expert in that. So I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you're correct, Councillor Chappelle. We don't have a lot of experience in looking at remediation plans for provincially significant wetlands, thankfully, because it doesn't happen very often. But I will say the principles of remediation, and in particular soil and sediment remediation, are pretty similar on terrestrial environments and wetland environments. Granted, there are certain controls and regulatory differences in terms of how work is done in a wetland environment that have been addressed by Mr. Shipley and are being reviewed by the CRCA and will also be reviewed by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. So we do have faith in the ministry and CRCA and the qualified person that is Mr. Shipley, that the remediation plans for the wetland are going to be done in a with scientific rigor.
Mr. Chappelle?
I got a note here, thanks. I like scientific rigor. I had another question. It was just that line of questioning caught me off on a different tangent. You know, just in the effort of so many residents expressing concerns over this white oak tree, is there any leeway that the applicant may actually permit that tree to stand and allow that to be a symbol of compromise for this project?
I'm not sure if that's Mr. Patry or his team, but it was addressed to the applicant. So in the spirit of the meeting, someone could take that, please.
I think we've talked about this, and I don't really have anything to add, but basically we've looked at it carefully. You know, we were concerned about the tree as well, whether there was any way of saving it. But unfortunately, under the constraints of the regulations we need to follow to get a record of site condition, whether the tree is going to be part of a residential area or a park, in either case, the soil needs to be remediated. It needs to be addressed either through risk assessment or removal through a generic cleanup. And in either of those scenarios, unfortunately, we just don't see any way that it could be saved.
Okay. I'll leave that as my questions for the time being.
Alrighty, folks. So I did say we could continue going, and I believe Councillor Sanik, you wanted additional time in round 3. Yes. Okay. So I'll recognize you first. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about, okay, so all 1,820 trees plus all other trees that are below 15 centimeters DBH are going to be cut down. What happens to the trees when they're cut down? We had that question submitted to us in the add-ins tonight. What happens to those trees when they're cut down?
So a number of things will happen depending on the species of tree. If the tree is of some value, like a walnut or a cherry or an oak, those will be sent to a local mill to be milled and harvested. If they are ones that don't have the ability to use for timber, then they would be chipped, and we would endeavor to send them somewhere so that they can be used productively, most likely into like an OSB plant or something like that.
Sorry, into a what plant? What?
Somebody making OSB.
Pardon?
OSB. So
what
you
does
know,
that
like a part, you see plywood where it's kind of chipped up pieces of wood. So they can use those chips as a feedstock into making plywood, except for it's made out of chipped wood, basically. It's a simple way to understand it. So our goal here would be to make sure that all of the wood that's coming off the site is harvested and used in some productive manner.
And did you say that the chips could also, did you also say feedstock?
It goes into like how they're producing the OSB. So they take all these chips and then they can create OSB with it. If you don't know what OSB is, it's hard to explain, but it's basically plywood. It's just chipped up stuff with glue. It's what we use in construction for most of the floor sheeting or wall sheeting. So our goal would be to take all of the wood from the site and make sure that it's being used productively and reused.
Okay. Okay. So like, I just have a question because we're told that the trees are toxic on the site, right? Which is why we can't save the white oak tree, but some like, if it's a good quality tree that's being cut down, like one of the walnut trees, one of the really large trees, it's going to be milled and harvested, which would be bringing the wood back into someone's house. Like that doesn't seem to make any sense. If the trees are so toxic, like this, our 200-year-old oak tree is so toxic that it can't stay there at all. But yeah, we're going to be able
it's not the tree that's toxic. It's the soil around the tree. And the way it's been explained to me, when I've spent a great deal of time trying to save the tree, and we've investigated this, but really the fundamental part that is at issue is that we have to remediate the entirety of the site. And if you picture a large site, like picture the Nortel site, we looked at that a long time ago. There's 100 acres. There's 5 acres of really contaminated space when we looked at that, maybe 5 or 7, but a small portion of the site was contaminated. And if you were allowed to just take the contaminated area and chop it off and then develop the non-contaminated area, people would do that all over the place, and we left these really contaminated pockets. So the Ministry of Environment doesn't want to put precedent in place that allows for contaminated space to not be remediated as part of the remediation process. That's what's been explained to me. So it's not the tree so much that's toxic, it's the soil the tree sits in. It's the issue.
Okay, so thanks for that. So I just wondered then, like for this 200-year-old oak tree in particular, then if the acorns could be gathered up and preserved, you know.
So this was something that has been brought to our attention recently, and I think that's a fantastic idea. And we've endeavored. I spoke to somebody on city staff about this who brought it to our attention. I think it's a great way to take those plantings and do something with them. We have been in contact with the city over a number of things for trees, and Tree Canada. We're trying to look at planting 9,500 trees on some of the city's property currently. But I think that's a fantastic idea, is to grab those acorns and figure out a way of producing saplings, and then take those saplings and put them back into the community, so at least the tree lives on in the community. So we are going to investigate that and endeavor to do that. It seems like a great way to keep the tree. At least in the city of Kingston.
Okay, and even if there's any acorns that have developed like from shoots, you know, like I know that the oak trees have a very deep taproot, right? So it's like really hard to transplant an oak tree once it gets to be a certain age, right? Because like it's not going to survive. But if there's like any, you know, like young, like first year, you know, like little things kind of around there, if they could be dug out too, because at least they've already germinated from the acorns.
No, I think anything we can do and we will do to save that and have its offspring live on in the city is a great way to keep it around in some way.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have some questions, like mostly for Kevin or Mr. Shipley, right? If I have the name wrong, I'm sorry. But okay, when when we were saying that the pipe is going to be extended for stormwater and going across the cap of going across the cap of the wetlands and then out to what is like further east, the wetland that's further east and whatnot. Is that then the stormwater coming off the site, like off of the Tannery land site that's going to be in that pipe? Or is that the water coming from the other areas that Councillor Hutchison was saying, like from the other street areas, like from Montreal Street and beyond? Which was the pipe that was going to go across the cap of the wetland to the east into the provincially significant wetland that's owned by Parks Canada and the city?
Okay, yeah, so it's the latter. It would be the stormwater that's being generated from lands to the west.
Okay, thank you.
That would be going through that pipe.
Okay, thank you. And then the stormwater that is going to be actually on the Tannery lands, like generated on this development, does that go like into basically Emma Martin Park to the big holding tank there and then under the river and off to Ravensview, or what happens to that? Or does it go into the river?
Yeah. So yeah, thank you. Question through you, Mr. Chair. So the stormwater on the site, it has to be dealt with on the site before it can be released. So similar to any other developments, you know, the word or the phrase is like you can't have more development or more water leaving the site after development than before the development. And then you also have to make sure that any water that leaves the site is properly treated. So through the subdivision process and the individual site plan processes, it'll have to go through a stormwater review, and there is a stormwater report currently. So if there's water flowing from the site to the south right now, that may still happen, or it may go into sanitary or storm sewers in the street. But that's part of the review process that would happen as part of the subdivision approval.
Okay, thank you. So for the pipes that we have, right? So like underneath the ground at the site, like we would have surface water, sewers, gas pipes, water pipes, they all have to be buried below the surface at the Tannery lands. And are they going to be dug above the cap, or they would have to be above the cap? Is that correct?
No, they would be dug down in normally, like they normally would. You'd put the services in. There'd have to be a contaminant management plan in place for that work. So that when those trenches are dug to install those services,
okay,
that the soil that's being removed would be managed appropriately. You know, whether it needs to be disposed of somewhere, or whether in some cases the soil would be likely placed back into the trenches as backfill, but then covered over. Like for example, if a service was being installed under one of the roadways that's going to run through the development, then likely the way that would work is you would dig your trench, you'd install your sand or gravel material around the pipe. And then above that, you'd be able to likely backfill some of the material that came out of the trench, even if it was somewhat contaminated, and then cover it over with properly designed pavement. So essentially the pavement would be the cap over that material in the trench. But in some cases, surplus material may need to be removed from the site and taken to a landfill, or in some cases it might be able to be placed somewhere else and potentially be, for example, under a parking lot, or something like that. So there'd be different ways that you could manage that material.
Okay, and then this would all be approved by the MOECP so that the leaching of contaminants in all that soil then doesn't go out into the river.
Yes, it would, all of this type of thing that I'm describing would be subject to the risk assessment and multiple rounds of review by the MECP. And then there would be the, as I mentioned before, the certificate of property use that would ensure that these measures, the capping, et cetera, would be put in place and monitored in perpetuity.
Okay, all right. And then with all the, the clear cutting, the bulldozing, the paving over we're going to do, what do we say about the wildlife corridor that right now exists there?
You want to answer that?
Sure. I don't want to get into too much detail as it is quite complex, but in terms of how corridors work, there is no realistic corridor there to begin with. Most movement in the system is aquatic, like north-south movement. From a perspective of an EIA, something has to be a significant corridor before the planning process, jumps into the negative impact portion. Having said all that, the city has brought in the ribbon of life concept, which is where most notable animal movement will be relevant. So that will remain. I could go on for several hours on how corridors work, and I don't want to make it sound too simple or trite, but just as an example, there are deer that occasionally move down through the city, and they might look for areas that are green like this, but that doesn't count as a corridor of any significance for EIA purposes unless the numbers of deer are significant. There are no significant deer corridors in Kingston because the numbers of deer are not significant themselves. The deer corridors are all further north of the 401. So as an example.
Okay. And my last question then is, like, then when we get heavy rains, like we sort of had today, like all the salt, right? The oil, the tire dust, how are we preventing it from flowing into the river?
Through your share, yeah. Good question, and it's so it kind of goes back to that the stormwater question and answer in terms of all the runoff from the sites. If it's a roadway or parking lot or buildings, and this is where the Conservation Authority particularly gets involved in reviewing that along waterfront properties, and if it's if there's stormwater runoff coming off of non-natural areas like those things I mentioned, it has to be treated, particularly where it's roadways and things where vehicles have traveled. There might be that oil, for example, and so you have to direct it into. You can't let it go over the overland into the river. You have to direct it into like a storm sewer or some sort of oil grit separator system that would filter out those things, and then when it eventually does exit that essentially treatment system, then it meets those minimum standards in terms of water quality. And that's something that the city deals with on pretty much every site in the city in terms of regulating and designing how stormwater is treated before it leaves the property, whether it's into the water or onto an adjacent property.
Okay, so basically bottom line is it's not going to go into the river.
Yes, yeah, just the natural, like whatever runoff would or rainfall that would land in the ribbon of life area, that would likely flow into the river because it's rated that way. But that's kind of that naturalized area could accept it and run off.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor. With 30 seconds to spare, so I'll look for any final questions from committee. Going once, twice. Seeing none, that will lead us to the end of this portion of the meeting. So I will officially adjourn the public meeting, but a reminder to committee that we have to go through the actual planning committee meeting. So thank you to the applicant's team and the public and of course to our staff for being here for this third and final public meeting on this file. With that said, if you just give me one moment to pull up the agenda, we'll move into that for the evening. Alrighty, so it is 10:43. It's my hope that we can move through this in a few minutes so we don't have to have a motion to extend tonight. So I'll call the meeting to order. It's 10:44 now. Could I have a mover for the approval of the agenda? Councillor Hill, Councillor Chappelle, seconder. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. We of course have to have the addeds included in that as well because we had two addeds tonight, so I'm going to actually have to do that vote again. My apologies to committee. Can we approve the agenda with the addeds? Councillor Chappelle, Councillor Hill, all those in favor? And again, that passes. Very good. Confirmation of the minutes from the last planning meeting on March 3rd. Mover and seconder. Councillor Hill. We need a seconder for that, please. Councillor Osanik, all those in favor of the minutes? And that passes. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, there are no delegations tonight. We have no briefings, no business, no motions. Are there any motions? Seeing none, no other business, but there are a number of correspondence noted on whatever that is, 22 pages of the schedule. And with that, we have our next meeting next week at 6 p.m. And this puts us at what, about 9 hours and 15 minutes for this meeting. We'll probably happily adjourn. Could we have a mover for that, please? Councillor Hill, seconder, Councillor Osanik. All those in favor? And with that, everyone have a great night. Take care.